Hello, hello. Good morning, duelists. Welcome to a new week of streaming. How's everybody doing? Welcome to the Monday stream. Hello, hello. New cut. Yeah, I haven't quite gotten used to it yet. It's still, I decided to go for something else this time, but we'll see how I like it. Ready to watch non-games? See, that's what we're gonna find out today. I don't know if it's actually gonna be this bad or not, but I do wanna see it. I was originally planning to do it yesterday, but I didn't realize how early it was for them to start the stream. Like when I woke up, they were already like in the semifinals or something. So I decided to just do it today because it was going to be like I think they started at like 7 a.m. or 8 a.m. for me. So I didn't quite catch it yesterday, but it's all right. It's all right. Alessio, thank you for the 29 months. Trashupo, thank you for the 10. And Rickalodion, thank you for the 10 months as well. Appreciate you all. Thank you. We got some new cards too. Yes, we got some new cards. We've got some OCG gameplay to take a look at. And also, we are bringing back the all hand trap deck in Master Duel later today because people have reminded me that there's a couple of new hand traps in Master Duel, like Fedralist Harmonia, but also the new Hecka Hands guy, which I think fits into that deck quite well. So we're going to bring that back and see if we can do anything with it. The new Fleur-de-Lis, I might put the new Fleur-de-Lis in. I haven't finished the build quite yet. Or like I've worked on the build. I've put in the cards I definitely want to put in. I'm not sure if I want to fit in the Fleur-de-Lis because that comes with a trap card. But maybe we will. Maybe it is a pretty good card if it does resolve. I thought about putting in like a little Dogmatica package with the Fedralist Harmonia as well. To send Luluva Lilith, summon Dogmatica Ecclesia, then search something. We'll have to work out if it fits into the extra deck though, because you actually do need quite a few synchros for all of the other things I'm doing with the deck. So I don't know if we can fit. I had to take out the, what's it called? I had to take out the Izuna for the Fedralis because it just doesn't all go into one deck. So yeah. Will there be Phantasme? I mean, currently I have one Phantasme, but I don't know if it's correct. I just couldn't. I love the card so much that I couldn't bring myself to cut them all. But realistically, I don't think it should be there, probably, because I mean, Cool Tune, Branded, like they all just have 0 link monsters. So I don't know if it's correct, but yeah. Anyways. Welcome everybody, assemble. We're gonna skip the warm-up today because there's a lot of things we want to do, and we have a couple of new cards to take a look at as well. So we're just jumping straight into it because we have 2 interesting new cards, or at least they look interesting. I haven't read their effects yet, but this one, I mean, this is a beautiful looking card. The Dark Paladin Retrain. It was only I guess it was only a matter of time until they were doing a Dark Paladin retrain as an overframe, because I mean they are currently in the process of creating a bunch of overframes for iconic Yu-Gi-Oh cards, and obviously Dark Paladin is a very iconic Yu-Gi-Oh card, and I mean this overframe is once again a beautiful card. This was announced during the stream of the Japan Championships, the tournament that we are going to take a look at today. And it reads as follows. It's called Dark Paladin Wave Motion. Level 8 Dark Spellcaster Fusion, of course, same stats as Dark Paladin. Fusion materials, a Dark Magician, and a level 7 or higher monster. Must be fusion summoned. Gains 500 attack for every other monster on the field. Ooh, that is pretty big, potentially. Can attack all opponent's monsters once each. Okay. Once per turn, when your opponent activates a spell card or effect, quick effect, you can negate that effect, then you can destroy 1 card on the field. Okay, I mean, that is powerful. That is also, I mean, I guess in spirit of the original Dark Paladin, because what Dark Paladin is like, Dark Paladin negates spell cards by discarding cards, right? But I do believe that the original Dark Paladin isn't even once per turn. I'm not entirely sure though, but I think it's just as many cards in hand as you have, you can just negate spell cards with the original Dark Paladin. So I'm glad they made this one once per turn. After this card destroys a card by battle or card effect and sends it to the graveyard, that card cannot activate its effects while it's in the grave. Okay. Interesting. I mean, there's two sides to this card, I would say. The one side is, what does this card do for you when you summon it going first? And the answer is not that much. I mean, it is a spell card negation, which is not terrible, but it's also nothing too crazy. I mean, there's other cards that exist that do that better or do even more or have negations for more types of cards. So this is nothing too crazy, especially considering, I mean, we are looking at a fusion monster here that does require you to use Dark Magician, especially like, you know, if we compare this to something like Red Eyes Dark Dragoon, which is going first a much more powerful card, I would say. Going second, however, I find this card interesting because, I mean, it's incredibly big, depending on how many monsters your opponent has and how many other monsters you can put next to it. But it starts out at 2,900. So even if there is 2 other monsters on the field, this thing is 3,900, which is pretty massive. It attacks everything, and it stops everything that it runs over from activating its effects while it's in the graveyard, which is funny because that does not only stop trigger effects from happening when the card is destroyed by battle, but it also stops. That's a lingering restriction that's placed on the card, right? So if you run over, what's a good example of this in the current format? Let me think. You run over a Skull Archfiend of Chaos, right? You run over a Skull Archfiend of Chaos in the Light and Darkness Ritual deck. It cannot trigger its graveyard effect to send a ritual spell and search, but also, while it's in the graveyard, it cannot use the effect to bring itself back, right? So it's essentially negated forever, that card that you run over, which is pretty strong. And I think that's interesting. I mean, it's the question is, how easy is this to summon? How viable is this? But I mean, Dark Magician is getting support with the Overframes, or Grandmaster Rares rather, in the Magnificent Monsters set. And those cards are not bad. So Dark Magician as an archetype, I believe, has seen a little bit of play in the OCG. Not a terrible amount, but it does become more viable with those new cards. And who knows, maybe there's an easy way to summon this guy. I'm pretty sure you can summon it with Gaze of Timaeus. I'm pretty sure you can summon it with Gaze of Timaeus. The question is just, it does compete with Dragoon, right? It does compete with Dragoon. And the question is, how often is this card better than Dragoon? And are you really going to put both into your extra deck to have the option to summon either of them? Because the thing is, Dragoon is also not bad going second into a board, right? Because it's very hard to interact with. It can destroy monsters, and so on and so forth. I guess, wait, can Dragoon pop monsters if it's summoned with Gaze of Timaeus? Wasn't it something like, it depends on the number of vanillas that were used for it? So if you summon it with Gaze of Timaeus and Dark Magician of Destruction, I think it cannot pop anything, right? It only pops if you use original Dark Magician. Yeah. With Gaze, it's only a negate. Okay, yeah, then maybe if there's a deck that uses the Gaze of the Timaeus package, you might want to pick this one because it might be better going second than Dragoon. At the same time, this only negates spell cards, which is significantly worse when you're going second, right? Having the ability to negate everything is much better when you're playing into a board as well. Okay, I like this way more in its design than Dragoon, because it is much weaker going first than Dragoon, which I think is good. I like it when cards have these kind of like bonus effects for playing into boards and aren't completely insane when going first. But yeah. Negate a spell and destroy any card can be better than discard 1 to Omni. It can be. It is a different effect, so it's going to have situations where it's better and it's going to have situations where it's worse. That is true. At the same time, this is something that it is easier to play around. It gives your opponent more agency, because an Omni negate that can negate literally everything is basically impossible to really play around, quote unquote. It's just your opponent gets to decide when to use it whenever. This one, you can start playing with monsters. you can start playing with monsters and try to get rid of it before they get to even use it. This is a possibility that you have. Whereas with Dragoon, they can just negate your monsters then. Like the Dragoon will always negate something if your opponent wants to, right? So it's not necessarily always worse than Dragoon, but it is less flexible and it leaves your opponent with a little more choice, which I think is one of the main things I care about with negations is that they, I mean, in an ideal world, I've made this clear recently. In an ideal world, negation is something that becomes less and less prevalent in Yu-Gi-Oh! I think negation is my least favorite way of interacting in Yu-Gi-Oh! But ideally, if we can't, I mean, I know we can't have no negations. It's kind of delusional. But if they have to put negation on cards, I like if they have like loopholes. I like if there's a way to outplay it. I like if there's a way to play around it. Like the targeting negations that you can dodge, or something that can only negate a specific type of card, or only in a specific location that isn't the hand when you're going first, pretty much. So I can get behind this one. I can get behind this this design. Has some bonus effects going second. The negation effect going first is not terribly broken, and not an omni negate at least. So yeah, and it looks dope. That's for sure. So okay, that is the new Dark Paladin for you. It's not the only overframe though, because there is a new Silent Honor Arc on the block. Number 101, Silent Honor Arc Soul Asylum. Rank 4 Water Aqua, 2100 attack, 1000 defense, which I think is the same as Silent Honor Arc used to be. Silent Honor Arc, one of the coolest XYZs of the Zexal era, in my opinion, because it was a removal-based rank 4, which is one of my favorite types of XYZs they've ever made. So let's see what the retrain has got for us. 2 level 4 monsters. You can only use the first effect of this card's name once per turn. You can detach 1 material from this card, then activate one of these effects. Choose a level 4 monster in your graveyard, except the detached material, and add 1 level 4 monster with the same type and attribute, but a different name from your deck to your hand. Okay. Let me finish reading it first. Target 1 monster your opponent controls, attach it to this card. Okay. That still has the removal flavor to it, I guess. If this card would be destroyed, you can detach 1 material from it instead. Okay. I mean, we don't really have to talk about this second effect. This second effect is basically just a callback to the original Silent Honor Arc. That is a good effect that is going to come in handy. But the real reason for this card to see any play, or for this card to be good, is this, right? And I don't know, this one seems pretty powerful to me. And I feel like this is the kind of thing that they should be doing less. If anything, if the last couple of months or years of Yu-Gi-Oh! has taught us anything, I feel like it's that generic bridges in the extra deck are quite problematic in a lot of ways. The thing is, I can't tell you exactly what the problem is yet, but I'm sure there is going to be a problem at some point, right? Whether it's a deck searching a barrier statue or whatever. I mean, a couple of those cards are already banned in the TCG, but I can only imagine what's going to happen when this card comes to Master Duel, for example, because in Master Duel, we still have a lot of the barrier statues that are banned in the TCG, and we also have Fossil Dyna Pachycephalus in Master Duel as well. So like it's just an invitation to search those kind of cards, pretty much, right? As far as to the fair uses of this card, there are some really good uses for this card, I'm sure. I mean, the first thing I can think of is all of the shark/water decks, where you have a lot of cards with the same type and attribute but different names, where you can just like detach, like make this detached and search like a different shark. This is probably a very good replacement for Bahamut Shark in the Mermaid Atlantean decks, because you can detach Dragoons, and then you can target, well, you can't target the Dragoons, but you can like target any other level 4 that you've put into the graveyard previously, like a pike. And then you can search something for that, and then you can search for the Dragoons as well. So there's a lot of things you can do with it in that sense. and I'm sure every rank 4 centric deck, which there are a lot of these days, has a use case for this card. So it feels very powerful to me in a weird way. I mean, I guess this is the question is, what can you really realistically bridge into this? Because you do need a monster with the same type and attribute to bridge into something else. It's not like this searches any level 4 period. It does require some setup. Right? It does require some amount of setup, but I'm sure people will find it. This is a database kind of card, right? It's just like something you go to the database for, you find the bridge, and then you're good to go, right? But I guess we'll have to wait and see how powerful it really is, but it feels very powerful to me. Given that we've gotten retrains for Gores, Dark Arm Dragon, Ice Barriers, and 101 in a row, what do you think will be the iconic retrain for Arc V and Brains? I don't know. I mean, I do like, this is something, I really like that they are putting some emphasis on retraining some of these iconic competitive cards like Dark Armed and Gores. I wonder what else they could retrain from later eras of the game. Right? Because yeah, you're right. Like Gores and Dark Armed Dragon are like iconic retrains from like 2008, 2009. The Ice Barrier stuff is like 2010, 2011. When did Silent Honor Arc come out? Like 2013. So yeah, we are moving up the timeline a little bit in terms of the iconic retrains. What is like iconic retrains from, I guess, like hat format maybe. I don't know. Or then even later. I'm thinking of it in formats, not in anime seasons. Because I mean, the one thing that these cards have in common is that they are not, I mean, this one is technically part of an archetype, but they're not really bound to archetypes, right? Like Gores, Dark Armed Dragon, the Ice Barriers are an archetype, but they were used as generic cards. So it's not legacy support for one particular deck, right? They are just generic cards that they're doing, right? So I'm trying to think of an equivalent of this in later formats where it's just like a generically good card that was played in a lot of different decks. Archfiend Eccentric? Yeah, maybe Archfiend Eccentric would be I mean, that is the most generic pendulum that I can think of right now. Archfiend Eccentric is not a bad call. Fire and Ice Sand? Fire and Ice Sand would be funny. I wonder how they would do that. Yeah, I wonder how they would. I mean, dude, have you seen in some other card games, they've been doing like these kind of like connecting artworks. Wouldn't it be kind of cool if they did like a Fire and Ice Sand overframe that have a connecting like artwork? That'd be kind of cool, wouldn't it? Because they are just like a pair of two cards that belong together. That'd be kind of nice. Oh yeah, anyways. They did that for the Chaos cards? Yeah, kind of, but not really. You can put them side by side, but they don't have one artwork. They don't go into each other like seamlessly with the art. They kind of work together, but it's not one image. But it'd be cool. Diamond Direwolf would be dope. Diamond Direwolf is a very iconic rank 4, yeah. That'd be sick. Oh, yeah. Okay. All right. And that is all we have for the new cards, I believe, unless I'm missing something. But I think that is all. So we are getting right into the action for today, and we have a special mission today. We have a special mission today because yesterday, and I also believe the day before, but I don't know if they streamed it, but yesterday was the final day of the Japan WCQ, the Japan World Championship qualifier, where they tried to find the 5 representatives from Japan for the World Championship this year. And I want to take a look at what happened at that game, at that tournament. We are looking at yesterday's gameplay. Let's go. This is quite literally yesterday's gameplay. The reason I want to do this, the reason I want to take a look at this is because we've looked at the latest OCG metagame report last week, and it looked kinda grim, but I do want to take a look at the actual gameplay before fully forming an opinion on it. I mean, we read the toon cards. I feel like we mostly agreed that a lot of the things that the toon deck is doing isn't looking the greatest in terms of interactive gameplay, because essentially you just go first, you look at your opponent's hand, you get to negate a card outright with Mind Scan, and then it also has a searchable counter trap, so you essentially know what your opponent has and get to negate 2 cards, and then it also plays a ton of hand traps. It doesn't sound great, but I don't want to go out there and like tell everyone, oh, toon gameplay is miserable without having seen it. So we're going to take a look at it today. From the stream yesterday, we're going to take a look at the gameplay from the Japan Championships. So here we are. This is the, by the way, this is one thing I also wanted to say. The setup for the feature match looks awesome in the Japan Championships here. They have this like, these like monitors on the screen that change. It looks pretty cool. It's pretty dope. How the feature match is set up. It reminds me of the feature matches for the Pokemon World Championship last year. I believe they also had a stage where it had like some monitors under the players there, and it was showing some stuff. It looks really cool. So yes, let's Saito Yoshiki 選手 versus So this is top 4. This is top 4 of the tournament. Yesterday's stream, the only thing I could find was the top 4. So these players are already going to Worlds, and yeah, essentially, I don't know if they streamed the whole thing, but this was the one that I found. This is the 2 top 4 matches and the finals. Look at those monitor effects. It's kind of cool.
さあいよいよ準決勝第1試合が始まりました。じゃんけんに勝ったのは画面右小林良平選手、そして画面左斉藤良樹選手が後攻となりました。2人のデッキ選択から注目していきたいと思いますが、いやー南雲さんいよいよですね。いやそうですね。これ先行取れてる小林選手、まずは
Task lost to Malice in top 8. I did see that Task was in top 8. I didn't know he lost to Malice though. That means Malice is in top 4? Who's the Malice player? Is any of these two? Are you a Malice player? Are you a Malice player? I don't know. I can't tell. They don't look evil. Okay, this is a toon player. Now here's the thing. We have the deck lists of this tournament as well. We're gonna look at those after we're done watching, because I don't want to look at them now because then I'll be spoiled of who wins. But I can already tell you one thing that's for sure. I'm probably going to crash out at the Malice deck list, because I don't even know what's legal for Malice in the OCG, but I already know it's going to be too much. I already know it's going to be too much for me to handle. Whatever the Malice cards are at is going to be too much. Alright, so we have Toon Bookmark, which I believe is just another Rhoda for Toons. Toon has like an incredible amount of Rhodas. They have the Toon Table of Contents as well, which searches any Toon card, and I think Toon Bookmark also just searches a Toon card. And we have Terraforming as well. Alright, and we searched the new Toon Field spell, and we have not gotten hit by Droll and Lockbird. This deck, apparently this deck is very weak to Droll and Lockbird, which is one of the main things that people are discussing again right now. It's something that it just keeps coming up in Yu-Gi-Oh, where there's a toxic deck that happens and it loses to Droll, so people are saying like, oh yeah, this is why they should never hit Droll. This is why we need Droll and Lockbird at 3. And it's just, I don't want to get into that discussion right now. I personally disagree with it. I think, but I also get the point of like, well, if this keeps happening, then maybe we do need Droll. To me, I think the solution is, well, I mean, the obvious solution is stop making decks like this. That's number one. But if they're not going to do that, then the next solution, in my opinion, is make a replacement for Droll and Lockbird. I think the biggest and most important thing is to make a more healthy replacement for Droll and Lockbird that punishes decks that really search too much harder than the like quote unquote fairer decks. That's what I would say to that.
世界トゥーンワールドを発動して効果をこのまま使っていきます。ここに対して斉藤選手は何かアクションがあるか。何もありません。小林選手の主張が通ります。
トゥーン系のカードを手札に加えることができるカードで、このデッキの中で最も大事なカードというのも過言ではないですね。
南雲さん、このカードを1ターンに3度使えるという。
いやー、まあ元のね。
How do you even do that? I mean, there's all kinds of things that people are saying. People are saying like, oh, make a Charmy that's like Droll or something. Like I think, and this is something that I also feel a lot of the times. I think Droll and Lockbird, when the player going second has it, I mean, it doesn't always feel great when it happens, but I don't really think it's worth complaining about Droll when the player going second has it. Well, I mean, yeah, that's an OCG hand if I've ever seen one. We've got, is this a starter? Is this one starter and 4 hand traps? Let me read that toon card real quick. So the toon card is Comic Cat. During the main phase, quick effect, tribute a monster, and if you do special a monster from your hand or deck that mentions Toon World. Okay. That is a starter.
ジベーラーウサギコミックキャットもあると。
ということは南雲さん、トゥーンミラーになりますね。
トゥーンのミラーですね。
It can tribute opponent's monsters if you control Toon World or something.
ハニーダークラビット通常召喚。こことしては強いですね。エフェクトベーラが2枚ありますね。
Something in me, I find it very funny that like one step forward from Rotary is Mind Scan, which it feels like Rotary was like, oh yeah, you get to look at your opponent's hand and then you get to make perfect decisions because you get to look at your opponent's hand, which you might think like that already is a way to make it easier for players. And then they make Mind Scan and it's like, now you don't even have to remember. You don't even have to remember their cards because they have to play with them open at any time. Like it's just continuously face up hand. You don't even have to remember it. It's somehow taking even more work or even more thinking power away from you that you have to put into it. Like it's just, you get to look at it at all times. It's flavorful from Pegasus. It's one of the perfect examples. Like a lot of people use lore as a justification for cards like this. Personally, I get it. I understand your argument. Yes, I see that too. One of the first things I thought when I saw Mind Scan was, oh yeah, that is like Pegasus in the anime. And I think that's funny for 1 second until you realize that when you actually play the game, that doesn't really matter. And you don't really have more fun playing against it just because that's how it was in the anime. At least I personally feel like this. Like I can appreciate the flavor for a second, but then when I play against it, it kind of goes away really quickly. That effect doesn't last.
小林選手もまだ手札潤沢ですから、後続のトゥーンワールドを加えさせるかどうかっていうところですよね。
Okay, can someone explain to me, and this is a genuine question, why are people playing Effect Veiler in this format when the Toon, doesn't the Toon Fiend spell effectively just dodge Effect Veiler for completely free? Because it says before an effect resolves, you can just banish your monster. Are people, the only thing, after they bring it back, you can Veiler? Okay, but then at that point, they've already gotten a lot of value, right? The only thing that I can imagine is because they don't always open the field spell, right? Like sometimes they start with the rabbit and not with the field spell. And if they start with the rabbit and not with the field spell, then you can Valor it. So it feels like a very, very desperate, just stop this deck at any cost, right? Because it feels like a lack of better options. I feel like it's just considered a good card unless they draw the field spell, and if they draw the field spell, it just feels weak. See, now they just dodged the first Valor for free.
これでエフェクトベーラーを1枚は使わせました。
対象から逃れましたが、もう1枚ありますが。
そうですね。ファニーダークラビットの効果をもう一度使いますが、ここに対してもエフェクトベーラー2枚で。
And so you have to waste a second Valor on it? Okay. Okay, I see. So the player on the right went normal summon rabbit, and the player on the left Valored it before it could even activate the effect. So they went Toon Kingdom, banish it, bring it back, and then the second Valor could hit it, because they couldn't use this effect again to dodge again. So you had to basically double Valor it for it to even have any effect.
これで後続のトゥーン系のカードには、まあ、もう一枚持ってなければ繋がりづらいというところですが。
コミックキャットをファニーダークラビットの適用された。
Why do we have two normal summons? Is that the rabbit? After this card is normal or special, during your main phase, you can normal summon. Ah, yes, it gives you an additional normal summon as well. This is the new terraforming, because that was a good idea to make more terraforming. It's like terraforming, but you have to banish like 3 level 10 monsters from your extra deck or something like that. I forget what the exact specifications were, but something like this.
素晴らしいです。
あるけども小林選手もね止まりどころありますから。
ここでおそらくエビルボックスを持ってきますので、増殖する G の
including a light synchro, yeah. I mean, basically, it's a terraforming for decks that don't need all 15 slots in their action.
まあトゥーンの強みとして南雲さん、増殖する G がちょっと効きづらいっていうのはありますよね。
そうですね。まあトゥーンからのギミックからエクストラデッキのカードたちを使って大量展開することも可能なんですが、このトゥーンギミック自体がかなりコンパクトで。
What is the downside of Ghost Ogreing this field spell right now? Like, why are we choosing not to Ghost Ogre it? Oh, I guess it's because Mind Scan is here and we have one starter. So if we Ghost Ogre the field spell, we know very well that Mind Scan is just gonna call this whatever this card is called. Oh, Bookmark has a graveyard protection effect as well. Hold up, Bookmark, Toon Bookmark. If a Toon World would be destroyed by a card effect, banish this card instead. Oh, awesome. Okay. Toon is actually strong. I mean, yeah, it obviously. Which is why Vados is good. Oh, I get it. Vados sends, right? Vados doesn't destroy.
そうですね。ここはまあ2択になってきそうですが。
ただウサギとコミックキャットが見えているので、その盤面でそれが止めきれるか、そしてドローで何か有効牌を引かれた時に採用できるかどうかを考えながらですね。
直接トゥーンテラーを持
But it's not Toon World on activation. Oh, okay, my bad.
一妨害構えることに成功します。小林選
I
手は
see.
ここで止まるでしょうか。
You chain it to this when they activate the field spell. Yeah, okay, makes sense. My bad. That's one cool thing that comes about the format. What, that Vados is good? I mean, I do agree with you. I think Vados is a cool card, but ultimately it is just basically a 1v1 hand trap now. Okay, so did we search Toon Terror?
まあほとんどできない状況、睨み合いになっています。
通常ですとやっぱりこのキーカードになるトゥーンワールドの効果をマインドスキャンで止めたいところでしょうかね。
そうですよね。ただ使ってしまうとウサギで割られてしまう完全なる世界トゥーンワールドカードの発動です。ここに対して小林選手、トゥーンテラを打つか、もしくは手札の残りの1枚が何か有効な妨害かどうかです。
このトップ強いですね、斉藤選手。斉
藤選手いいカード引きましたね。
カードを引きましたが、
強いですが、ここをもし止めればもうトゥーンワールドがないことは。
You can even see the draws. It's genuinely, it's kind of crazy how similar this feels to Cool Tune gameplay. But somehow even harder to interact with. Because like The only thing that is quote-unquote weaker than Cool Tune is that you don't get to manipulate the top deck with something like you get to see what they draw, but you don't get to change it. Like they draw what they draw. But you still have these. If this is Toon Terror, I don't know if they searched it or not. You have 2 ways to negate these cards plus hand traps, and your goal is just stop your opponent from playing, right? That is your goal is just negate whatever they try to do.
ですが、斉藤選手には2手しかありませんので、ここでカード名宣言しますか。
お、使っていきました。
ただここに対してはウサギを打てますが、そのウサギに対してトゥーンテラーを打つこともできます。
And it's more powerful. It's more powerful than Toon in the way that you can not really outplay the knowledge with draw spells, right? This is one of the weaknesses of Cool Tune sometimes, is if you have draw spells, they lose knowledge and then they can no longer make perfect decisions. Against this deck, it just doesn't work like this, right?
ここは選択。おそらく宣言は完全なる世界トゥーンワールドかなと思いますが、
このタイミングだとそう思われますね。トゥーンワールドを無効にしたいよというマインドスキャンに対してチェーンで斉藤選手が雪ウサギを発動。ここをトゥーンテラーというトラップカードを止めるかどうかというところに
小林選手で悩むということは残りの手札1枚がそんなに強い妨害ではないかもしれませんよね。斉藤選手がこれは誘発連打で。
So we are ghost ogering the mind scan right now, I believe.
と言えるかもしれません。
かなり動きはそぎ落とせていたのかなと思われますが。
長く考えます。小林選手はテラーを残すかマインドスキャンを残すか2択を迫
And
られている。
I think the player on the right is thinking about using Toon Terror on it.
ただここで無理にテラーを使ってマインドスキャンの効果を通して
I have no idea how they want to hit this in TCG one day. Yeah, I don't know either. I don't know either.
小林選手のコミックキャットでリリースするっていうことがね。
なるほど。
Yeah, it is Toon Terror. Toon Terror onto the Ghost Ogre.
これでおそらく完全なる世界トゥーンワールドの手札に加える効果が使えません。斉藤選手は残り手札手数としてはこのコミックキャット。
Looks like we called the name of the field
小林
spell.
選手はあとはここに対して斉藤選手も場にトゥーンワールドがありますので、コミックキャットの効果で相手の場のモンスターをリリースすることはできます。マインドスキャンではこのトゥーンワールドにカード名がなるという効果までは止められません。小林選手も
Ban Toon Terror before we get the new cards. That'd be an interesting one.
いやどうやっていくかですよ。
効果を発動していく。
これで良さそうだな。小林選手は
So what is the condition for this thing to tribute opponent's monsters?
コミックキャットをチェーンするか、もしくは
If you control Toon World, you contribute one opponent's monster even though you don't control it.
これで結局ターンは守りきれそうな動きにしてますので。
Oh, look at the cards being displayed behind them as well. That is really cool.
非常にも大きいカードを映ってたんですね。
ここでそうですね、小林選手は処理時に自分のコミックキャットを逃がしましてリリースするカードをファニーダークラビットに限定させ
Wait,
ま
what
した。
happened? Why are both gone?
これで小林選手自身のコミックキャットを守った状態で斉藤選手に、
そうですね、
タコを渡していると。
斉藤選手もこれで例えばファニーダーク
Production value is insane. I actually, this is something I feel at the moment about Yu-Gi-Oh. I think everything is going exceptionally well in Yu-Gi-Oh this year. With the small exception of the balancing. Like I think everything outside of the core gameplay is absolutely phenomenal, right? Like the whole thing that's happening to pricing, like productions and stuff like that. There's a lot of really good stuff that's happening. The new OTS like winners packs and the new tournament pack with Ulti Ash Blossom and stuff like that. The Grandmaster Rares, the Overframes, like there's so many good things happening for Yu-Gi-Oh! The only thing that I'm missing a little bit is I don't love the direction that some of these archetype designs are. Everything else, I literally have zero complaints about. Literally zero complaints.
いや手札を見られながら斉藤選手、殿崎さんここまで粘りますか。
いやかいくぐってますよね。かなり拮抗している状態です。すごいですね、ここまで詰めて。
Oh, I see what happened. I see what happened. The comic cat does not tribute for cost. It says you contribute a monster, and if you control Toon World, you contribute an opponent's monster. So what the player on the right did was they banished their comic cat with the Toon Field spell to dodge it getting tributed by the opponent's comic cat. So they banished it, so they had to tribute the funny dark rabbit, and then now the comic cat returns on the other side of the field.
スキャンに対して本当に強いカードが雪ウサギに
I
なる
see.
のかなと思いますから。
Does Mind Scan negate only activated effects or also continuous
というところ
effects?
がありますから、やっぱり
Negate the activated effects of cards with that name. Okay, so does that
たくさん使われてるカード
does that include
コミックキャットを発動、ここに増殖する時、
does that include the effect of the field spell to banish?
ここですね。
Does that activate? I don't think it activates, right? So the player on the left can do the same thing. The player on the left can do the same thing now. They can dodge the tribute effect of the comic cat, I believe. They can save their rabbit. Who gets to banish first in chain resolution if both players have the field spell up? I would assume the turn player. Because you're not activating an effect, you're just applying a continuous effect, I think. I think the current player is the one who chooses to do it first. I'm not entirely sure though.
ここが本当に未確定の。
そうですね。
小林選手もこの1枚が未確定になるのは嫌だったんでしょうね。ここでエビルボックスを出せば墓地にも干渉できますので、そうですね。エビルボックスを出していく。
Okay, this is the new Bikuri box.
カード1枚引きます。1枚どうだ？なんだ？
The new Bikuri box.
いやミラーにおいてはいい
If you control Toon World specialist card from your hand, then you can add to your hand or set a Toon trap. This card is treated as a Toon while Toon World's on the field. Once per turn, quick effect, target a card in either grave, plays on the bottom of the deck.
一応妨害を強いてターンを渡します。
いやー、入り組んでおります。
いやこうなってくると小林選手の先ほどのテラーの使いどころが本当に良かったですね。マインドスキャンが生きているので、開始のターンでも活躍できるカードが残ってるって面では。
Wait, hold up.
これが本当に私完全なる世界。
いいカードなんですけどね、マインドスキャンも止めれたりしますし。
そうですね。コミックキャットと完全なる世界トゥーンワールドは残ります。
I'm confused. Why? So the player on the left here decided to save the comic cat from being tributed. Right? And then it comes back, but it's already used its effect. So we drew cross out from Max C. We drew cross out from Max C, so now we have to just set pass. I don't understand. Why did we save the comic cat and not the funny dark rabbit?
開始のターンでも活躍できるカードが残ってるって面では小林選手の戦術がこれはじわじわ効いてきそうです。
エビルボックスの効果使ってますか。
ダークアイズ、イリュージョニスト、ノーフェイスを戻して、その処理時に
What does rabbit do?
これ斉藤選手のエンドフェーズ。
I mean, it gets you a new field spell, doesn't it? And then the field spell can search. Oh, it's negated. All copies of it are negated. Oh my god. Yeah, you're right. It does nothing. Bro, Mind Scan. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. Mind Scan is so busted.
攻撃力も輝いてるかなと。
そうですね。トゥーン界最強ですね。
はい、新規の3種類のトゥーン系モンスターの中で一番攻撃。
See, in my mind, it was like, oh yeah, Mind Scan has already traded one for one. It's negated the card, but it's literally it's prohibition because it's all copies of the card are negated.
斉藤良樹選手は残り妨害1枚と抹殺。
Did he not ogre Mind Scan? Yeah, he tried to ogre Mind Scan, but there's a Omni Negate counter trap in the deck, so they just stopped it.
粘るか斉藤選手。小林選手は慎重です。斉藤選手側も2つアクションができますので、小林選手もあまり雑にプレイしてしまうと足元を救われかねません。
そうですね。
I played a Toon Mirror yesterday and drew 3 copies of the field spell going second. Unlucky. I mean, like I said this last stream already, but the hand you have to draw for the game to even be playable going second is actually absurd. I mean, look at this. They opened Veiler, Max C, Ghost Ogre, starter, and top deck the field spell, and it still doesn't even feel like they're taking part in the game. It's actually just disgusting how good of a hand you have to draw to even play the game again.
小林選手はここに対しては特にアクションできるようなものはないかと思われますが、コミックキャットを使うかどうかでしょうか。
もう僕だったらね、もうすぐバトルフェイズって言って攻撃に行きたいなって思っちゃうような場面なんですけど、やっぱりちゃんと小林選手ね、思考しながらミスプレーのないように動いてますね。
チェーンしてコミックキャットの効果を使いまして、相手のコミックキャットをリリースしてファニーダークラビットを特殊召喚しました。これで斉藤選手の宣言したカードが分かりますが、完全なる世界トゥーンワールドを宣言しました。
Okay, cross out on the field spell.
手札に加えようとするトゥーンカードをね、手札に加えようとする効果を止めに行った形ですね。
これで斉藤選手の盤面は開きました。小林選手の盤面にはトゥーンモンスターが3体。
And we used the comic
ここま
cat.
で来れば小林選手は
I'm not quite sure if I understand why exactly these interactions are being played this way with the comic cat and the Toon Kingdom. So did the player on the left, did I understand this right? The player on the left just allowed the player on the right to tribute his comic cat to summon out the funny dark rabbit. You can't banish the same copy twice. Hold up. Toon World, the perfect world. Banish a Toon monster you control after that effect resolves. Also, you cannot banish monsters with that same original name with this effect of Toon World, the perfect world for the rest of this turn. It's not true. We are in another turn. Right? So we're on a new turn, so we could have done that, no? Cross out stopped his own field spell. But wasn't it all in one chain? Or and even if all this is true, what's the reason to not even chain your own thing? Or is it main phase only? Hold up. Ah, it's main phase only. Okay, so we probably did we probably just mind scanned this thing in draw phase, right? Like we just go mind scan, call the thing in draw phase, and then it can't be used in main phase. That's probably what it is. Does mind scan also only stop your opponent's cards?
No,
it negates your own as well.
ちょっと今の抹殺が僕確証は取れてないんですけど、もしかしたらこのカード名がトゥーンワールドに変わってるからあんまり意味ない除外なのかなと一瞬思って。
I mean, there were a couple of interesting things happening there, but mainly just because I'm not fully aware of how these cards play yet. I think the greater takeaway from this game is that even though the hand of the player going second looked crazy, they had basically no say in this game, right? Like they opened 2 Veiler, Ogre, Max C, and 2 of the better starters in the deck, and they just didn't even get to do anything. So this is my first impression of the Toon deck is that it creates very weird dynamics because it's almost impossible to board break a deck like that, right? Like and I think that's one of the core problems of the design of it is how are you going to board break a deck that sees your hand, gets to call one of your board breakers so you can't use it, and then gets to negate another one of your cards with the counter trap? So like what kind of board breakers are you trying to draw that work against that? And the other thing is it looks like hand traps like barely do anything to it because they just have the field spell. So you need 2 effect veilers to even negate one of their effects. Ghost Ogre doesn't always work on the field spell because they have cards that protect it. I don't know, it's very weird.
斉藤選手はまずはどういった動き出しを見せてくるか、小林選手はそれをどうさばくか。まずは斉藤
Here's
選手
Toon Table of Contents.
トゥーンカードを手札に加える効果ですね。
南雲さん、これターン1がないんですよね。
そうですね、もう昔から使わせていただいてます。まあ古くは魔力カウンターをね、貯めたりとか。
Charmy or Scoop? I mean, would a Charmy even have been that good there? I mean, the Max C didn't even draw a card. The Max C didn't even draw a card. I guess Purulia is good because they normal summon a couple times, but do they have to? I guess they can give you like 2 draws and call it a day most of the time. Okay, we go Toon Table of Contents for Toon Bookmark. We don't get rolled. Then we go Toon Bookmark.
小林選手はここに何か打つかどうか。
このトゥーンのしおりさえ使えばもうトゥーンワールドはね破壊から守ることができますから。
雪うさぎだったりはね直撃しないような。
そうですね。
ですよね。
私は目次を使った後にしおりを春うらら打っていく。
We ash the Toon Bookmark.
かなり悩みましたがここに春うらら打っていきます。
残り手札3枚。4枚か。
斉藤選手はただ持っていました。
Hell yeah, Ash going second, but they had the card anyways. That's unfortunate. Have fun playing with 4 cards.
残りの手札との兼ね合いで ここに打つことを選択しました。
そうですね、効果的な場所どこだろうって考えて。
Ah, we have VODs to get around the Toon bookmark.
発動
Okay.
チェーンするとトゥーンのしおりで守ることはできません。
Yeah, you just chuck hand traps at your opponent, I think.
完全なる世界トゥーンワールドを破壊して
I think you just chuck hand traps at your opponent is what, I mean, is what they're trying to do.
なるほど。
いうことなんですね。
細かい駆け引きありますね。うららを誘う斉藤選手と、まあ、打たせて本命のトゥーンワールド引き出して、このクリティカルなベイドスを発動している小林選手。
And the field spell isn't even once per turn, so if they had another copy, they could just keep going. Like they have terraforming, the rainbow spell that searches a field spell. They have the funny dark rabbit that they could have here. They have the little, the comic cat that they could have here. There's a lot of cards they could have.
1枚にかけに行くこともできますし、何もなければこのまま止まるという選択肢もあります。
はい。いや、ベイドスも今すごい流行ってますよね。やっぱりトゥーンを一番。
Doesn't look like they have an easy way to keep playing though.
次ぐらいに、まあサイドからが多いかなと思いますけど。
そうですね。すべての対面に打てるわけではありませんが。あ、そうですね。
Normal summon Ghost Ogre.
通常召喚。
Whatever you link into the VODs can pop though. So what do we make? Oh, Dark Charmer. Okay, you don't want to pop that, I guess.
そしてこれでベイドスの効果でダルクを破壊することもできますが。一旦テキストをチェック。いや、これは斉藤選手、なるほど。
ダルクの破壊された時の効果も使えるから小林選手。
Wait, but what if they just don't pop this?
かなり試行時間を使いましたので、斉藤選手はこれ以上攻め手がない。
Yeah, I think they didn't activate VODs, and now what?
小林選手はここで破壊の効果を使うかどうか。
ベイドスは墓地を送られると場のモンスター全部破壊する。ダルク破壊されると守備1500以下の闇属性を出来たて内に加えることができる。ベイドスは守備1500。
It's mandatory? No, I don't think VODs is mandatory. It's been a while since I played VODs, but I'm pretty sure it's not mandatory.
これはすごいですね。完全に対策の対策なんじゃないでしょうか。
斉藤選手もかなり苦しいところから手数をひねり出してきます。
ダルク強いのはこの中盤戦とかで相手のファニーダークラビットとかも相手の墓地から特召喚したりとか。
Read VODs number 4.
そのまましちゃったりとかもできますから。
これお互いにテキストをチェック。滅亡竜ベイドスの墓地に送られた時の効果は2位ですので発動しないこともできます。
Yeah, this doesn't feel like we should have used Ogre for that. This feels like we were just hoping for our opponent to misplay and activate the VODs, pop the dark so we get a search. But I think we would be better off if we had Ghost Ogre in hand now.
小林選手はあとはこの暗影の闇霊使いダルク1体を安全に除去して、
そうですね。
そして残り2枚の未確定の手札をしのげば勝ちになりそう。
So the way to beat Toon going second is to hand trap them to death. Oh my god, they bricked. Awesome. Hell yeah.
これは斉藤選手チャンスが巡ってきたか。
お互いにちょっと力を使い切っているような状況ですね。
小林選手ももしかするとここでコミック。
Oh, and we drew a normal summon. Okay.
ちょっと動き出しとしては一番心もとないカード。小林選手は動いていないということは何かいろいろと追っていそうですので、
邪魔さえなければ強いという状況でしょうか。
ここに対してはサイフレームギアガンマです。
向こうにして破壊される。
ガンマです。
破壊されてしまうのが痛いか。
モンスター効果無効で破壊。モンスター頭数残りませんね。
小林選手はこれでデッキのサイフレームドライバーを出すこともできますので、次のドローも期待できます。
圧縮できてますよね。デッキの枚数が減ってドローの期待値は上がっている。
斉藤選手
I wonder if they had a starter but chose not to play because they had the gamma.
墓地を確認する。ただ小林選手も動き出せるカードは持っていません。
やはりマッチ戦特有のこうサイドデッキの入れ替えがしたことによってゆっくりとしたゲーム展開に2本目からなってますね。
このままターン終了してサイフレーム2体はゲームから除外されます。小林選手のドロー。
さあドロー大事ですね。
有効な手数を引けるか。
セットカードも気になりますが、
ちらっと見ますか。
小林選手の
エクストラデッキを確認。何かできることはあるか。斉藤選手側はもう祈るしかない。小林選手手札残り4枚でしょうか。
何かトゥーンのファニラクラビットかコミックキャットか。
Pass again.
斉藤選手のターン。斉藤選手は手数を引けるか。
さあどうなるか。
I mean, bro on the left is just throwing starter after starter, and bro on the right is throwing hand trap after hand trap.
ここに対してはコミックキャット、なるほど判断が難しい。ここに対してはエフェクトエラーです。
We Veiler it. Okay.
これで止まりますが、
ライフカットには少し繋がらないコミックキャット。
But that's a quick effect, so that's not a great interaction.
エクストラから何かできるか。 神聖魔法号セレーネが入っていても墓地に魔法使いがいませんのでリンク値は伸びません。他に採用できるカード、そうですね、暗影の闇で使いダルクで攻撃宣言です。
シンプルに1850ありますからね。
そうですね。
削っていけば、
そしてコミックキャットも残っていれば相手のターンにも効果を使えますので、動き出しのカードにつながるかもしれま
Nice
せん。
here, Unk. I like how you had to throw an insult in there to say something nice. But thank you, I
選
guess.
手は有効な手数を引けるか。
あ、映ります
ド
よ。
ローしていく。ドローしたカードは何でしょうか。いや、セットカードを見る。
見る。
ファニーダーラビットを通じましょうか。
素晴らしい。
斉藤選手
Oh,
何もなし
we've drawn a starter.
効果を発動。
取っていく。
And it resolves. Wait, this is over?
表示で起きます。
これは
つながったか。
Is it just cooked? Wait, because
ヒリヒリし
1
ます。
枚
the thing. Okay, I have another question. Would Ghost Ogre even do anything here? Like, does Ghost Ogre beat Funny Dark Rabbit? It doesn't, right? Because if you Ghost Ogre this field spell now, even if there's no bookmark engrave, before the Ghost Ogre resolves, you can just banish your rabbit with the field spell because it hasn't been destroyed yet, and then you reset your rabbit to get into the field spell. So the Ghost Ogre doesn't even beat, like, dude, it's so, this is like, it's like next level hand trap minigame, because like, the one half of your starters doesn't even work against the like half of their hand traps, or vice versa. Like if you have Veiler, if they start with the field spell, the Veiler is effectively pretty useless because they can just dodge it. But if they start with the Rabbit, the Veiler is pretty good. Ghost Ogre is the other way around. If they start with the field spell, Ghost Ogre on that is pretty good. But if they start with Rabbit, Ghost Ogre does basically nothing. Oh, dude. That is not great.
当たれたかもしれませんね。もっと
痛くないドライバーを1枚どかせたのも大きかったが、斉藤選手はコミックキャットを使うかどうかで考えています。ここは何もなしか。
Ghost Ogre will always check mind scan somewhat, yeah. Oh!
これでカード目を宣言できる。
Oh god. Now we just look at the hand and we call the hand traps, right?
手札も見られる。斉藤選手は
Hard draw mind scan, look at hand.
手札を見せる前にできることはあるか。
It might be cooked.
残り手札2枚がバレてしまう。
そうですね。でも今まで動き出しに使ってないカードですね。
そうですよね。何らか、いやでも悩んでますね、斉藤選手も。
ありそうですが。
チェーンして滅亡竜ベイドス。
こちらも握っていた。
Chain Vados.
ワールドを剥がしていければまだチャンスがある。
Okay, hold up. Isn't this Vados a massive throw? Because shouldn't we have chained Vados to the activation of the field spell? Because from my understanding, hold up, let me just pull up the field spell real quick. So the way this card works, right? The way this card works, it says before resolving another activated card or effect, you can banish a toon monster you control until immediately after that card effect resolves. Blah, 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 right? It was... Oh, the rabbit places it. Oh, God. The rabbit plays around Vados, too. Oh, my God. How does it get worse every time I learn something about it? I thought the rabbit searches the field spell and then you activate it from hand. No, the rabbit places it, so you can't... Okay, there's another thing I've learned. The card is called Funny Dark Rabbit. Ain't nothing funny about it. Nothing funny about that card. Dude, you Vados the field spell and they get a new one.
滅亡竜ベイドスが特殊召喚されてマインドスキャンが適用。
Now show your last card in hand. Droll and Lockbird. Oh my god.
残りはどうだったか。
これでファニーダークラビットの効果でもう一度置いて次に手札に加えた後はドロー&ロックバードが発動できます。加えるカード、宣言しますね。そうですね。マインドスキャンでドロー&ロックバードを宣言。これで安全にカードを加えられます。
ここからもう自由に動き出すことができるようになってますね。
あとは斉藤選手もコミックキャットはモンスターの入れ替えはできますが、相手の盤面に干渉することはできません。暗影の闇霊使いダルクに対しても小林選手は安全に処理ができます。リリースするカードを考えるか。コミックキャットの効果を発動。 ここはマインドスキャンの強み、ドロール&ロックバード。小林選手も、1枚手札に加える効果を使う前にしっかりと開いていきました。
本来であればね、トゥーンデッキに対して非常に強力に刺さる手札から発動できるカードなんですが、少しこの目次などしおりなどが絡まない限界からとなると有効に働かずと。
It just feels like whoever resolves their cards first wins. Period. Like how does this is one of the weakest qualities of a best deck in the format is if the mirror match is not great. Because if the mirror match is not great, that's a problem. Because you're gonna play that a lot. So if this deck ends up being the best deck in the format and the mirror match is like this, whoever puts Mind Scan on the field first just wins the game. That's going to create some very weird interactions.
緩めません小林選手。動き出しましたね。斉藤選手の盤面には攻撃力ゼロのコミックキャットが1体張り直します。あとは小林選手はこのコミックキャットをどかすことができればライフポイントを取り切ることはもう間違いなくできるでしょう。いやこれはトゥーン同士の一戦。
Can you explain the field spell? I mean, I can tell you what it does, but I can't explain why it exists. I don't know what you're asking, but I can tell you what it does, yeah. So, this card's name becomes Toon World while it's in the field zone. Once per turn, you can add a Toon card or a card that mentions a Toon card's name from your deck to your hand. You can only use this effect of Toon World, the Perfect World, thrice per turn. So only thrice per turn. Before resolving another activated card or effect, you can banish a Toon monster you control until immediately after that card or effect resolves. Also, you cannot banish monster with the same original name with this effect for the rest of this turn. So what you can do with this is you basically, because a lot of the Toon monsters as well have soft once per turn effects, like the Funny Dark Rabbit, once per turn add to your hand or place face up on your field a Toon field or continuous spell. This is not hard once per turn. So what you do is you banish it for a second, then it comes back with the field spell. You can do it again. And then this places another field spell that searches another card. So basically you get multiple searches from each of your cards because you can basically reset them. So like you search like a bunch of times during one turn with this. Yeah. And yeah, it doesn't say when your opponent activates something you can banish and bring it back. You can do it to your own cards.
逆に引きすぎてなかなか自分の動き出しできないみたいなのがね結構ありがちかなとは思うんですけども、セットカードマインドスキャンではありましたよね小林選手。
さあここで
What is the worst possible thing they could do here? They only have 3 bodies. What do you mean the worst possible thing they could do here? Probably link off the VODs.
エビルボックスと特殊召喚。手札に加えるカードはおそらくサイドチェンジ5ですので、トゥーンテラは抜いているものと思われます。
後手番から抜いていく
方法ですもんね。
斉藤選手はちょっと場所も悪かったですかね。コミックキャットこの場所ですと
エクストラもちょっとした
なるほど。
よく採用されているカードですとアニマとかがサクリファイスアニマとかがあってそのままリンクマーカー
How do they close out the game? I mean, I think I don't know how explosive this deck is, but I think they just play like a generic good stuff extra deck to like do some link climbing and stuff like that. I've seen people use I've seen some people with I wonder if this actually it might happen here, so I'll not spoil it. I think it happens here. It probably does. Now that I think about it, I think I know what's about to happen. I think I know what you're I think I know you're yeah.
そうですね。サクリファイスアニマ。
I think I know what's happening. Yeah. Oh no, they played into Anima.
トゥーンデッキでサクリファイス入ってるのがいいですね。ああ確かにそうだ。よく採用されてるんですけど、レベル1で相性がいいんですけど。
So if this is a certain link to that changes, yep, yeah, no, I know what they're doing. Yep, no, yeah, my friend Link Decoder is here. Let's go. I know what's happening. Yeah. Now we do Protect Code Talker or whatever that other card is called. And then you get the Link Decoder back. You make Firewall. Yeah. Or Access Code, I don't know, whatever his game. See, dude, I'm crashing out about the legality of Cyber/Malice cards before we even get to the Malice gameplay. Isn't that something? I didn't expect to do that.
何を出していくか。
But yeah, the fact that Link decoder is still allowed is insane.
そうですね。
急にブレインズの世界観になっていく。
プロテクトコールトーカーを特殊召喚。
墓地から特殊召喚できます。
そして
2300ですからあと5700捻出できればライフを奪い切ることができますね。
もうこのままでもライフポイントは取れる。
So with this, any three bodies essentially gives you a co-linked firewall.
そうですが、小林選手はどうするか、もう少し伸ばすか。最後まで緩めない。そうですね。
Bro, added back Ash Blossom to hand. Come on, man. That feels like targeted hate at specifically me. It feels like they knew I was gonna see this. Why did we just added back Ash to hand before attacking for game? That's crazy. Oh my god. Oh my god.
いや、激しいゲームになりました。まあトゥーン同士のマッチアップですので、激しいやり合いになるかと思いきや、結構細かいやり取りに南雲さんなりましたね。
Well, that was only the first top 4 match, and I don't know. I feel like the Toon Mirror match might not be the greatest. It might not be the greatest. I don't know. We'll see.
榎木園聖吾選手 VS 柴田祐希選手。デュエルスタート。
All right, we got the obelisk background now.
準決勝第2試合。
Oh, that looks like that. These look like a lot of cards in these decks. Is that just me?
の聖吾選手対柴田祐希選手。じゃんけんに勝ったのは画面左榎木園聖吾選手です。準決勝第1試合はトゥーン同士のミラーマッチとなりましたが。
The stage is sick though, dude. This stream was probably fire for anyone who doesn't know how to play Yu-Gi-Oh. The stream was insane. If you don't know what's going on in the game, that stream was crazy, bro. I found the Malice player, everybody. I found him. I found him. Not even good against. Uh-huh.
マルチャニープルリア榎木園選手の動きを大幅に制限します。
除外はされる。手札からモンスター出したらドローもされちゃう。
Is Shifter even good against Toons? If this is Toons, I don't know if it's.
ね、すごく効果的なデッキだとかなりまずいですが。
ここに対しては春。
Ash going first.
はい。展開のドローさせないという保証はついた。
It plays Shifter itself. Wait. Oh yeah, wait, you're right. The Toon could be on the right. Maybe Malice is on the left.
使うデッキですね。
チェーンはありません。榎木園選手のデッキタイプが分かりそうですが。
Oh, never mind.
世界トゥーンワールド。やはり今季はトゥーンの時代なのか。
Oh, wait.
完全なる世界トゥ
So
ーンワ
what
ー
you're
ルド。
telling me, I mean, this is the one scenario where I will be happy about Ash going first, but this is now Toon. Just so I get my facts straight, okay? This is Toon going first now, being hit with Shifter, which doesn't really hurt it that much, and we Ash the Perulia, so right now the player going second has 3 cards in hand, drawing to 4, but we're gonna have Mind Scan plus Toon Terror. Okay, they're not playing game. They are not playing game.
柴田選手はこのプルリアが通っていれば。
いや、そうですね。
ではありますが、
に対してかなり有効に働くカードではあったんですが、逆に薩塚さん今回日本選手権でトゥーン使われてた。
そうですね。はい。
ディメンションアトラクターってどうきつさでいうとどれぐらい？
むしろ打ってほしいカード。
打ってほしいカード。
はい。
なるほど。
ディメンションアトラクターを打たれるとドロール&ロックバードも、
なるほどなるほど。
エフェクトベーラーも。はい。それから雪うさぎも気にする必要がなくなるので、むしろ打ってほしいカードになりますね。
そういうことですか。
目線できついカードはもう全部逆に使えなくなる。
そうなんです。ですので、まあきつかったのはブルーなんですが、弾けたのは大きかったかもしれません。榎木園選手は会長です。ダークラビットから2枚目のカード世界トゥーンワールド。そしてここは選択になりますが、ちょこっと今ノーフェイスが見えましたが考えます。ノーフェイスを持ってきてしまいますと手数は伸びません。ただアイテムのビルドを見ることができます。柴田選手はディメンションアトラクターを打って、ただアトラクターを打つと、トゥーン側もそんなにガンガン展開できるわけではないし、かつリソースと言われる使ったカードが除外されてしまうので。
Why are they playing Shifter then? I mean, this is game 1. I assume they have Shifter in their deck for all the other decks.
どっちかというと嬉しいカードでしたね。
ノーフェイスはね捨てて活動なので、これもアトラクターでも効果値は使えると。
Surely this at least has to go to the graveyard. No, you can discard this card.
捨てて発動ですのでアトラクターでも使うことができます。効果を発動。
マインドスキャンで手札とかを確認してから。
Oh, mind scan from hand.
バリスですか。トゥーン環境に一つのバリス。
Hey, at least we have 2 different normal summons plus a backup. That's pretty good hand. That's pretty good. That's a pretty average Malice hand if I've ever seen one.
戦闘機でもないマリスでした。
非常に強く輝いてますね、カードたちが。
そうですね、ギラギラしております。
ギラしています。
これはもうアトラクターカは最強マリスになってしまいますよね、これは。
しかも
ホワイトラビットとチェシャキャットと、バックアップアドイグニスター。はい。
マインドスキャンでカード名を宣言します。宣言することによってその効果処理時に自分のファニーダークラビットを除外することができます。
Okay, so we just declare whatever we want with Mind Scan, and the reason we do this is just so we can do the field spell to reset the rabbit.
この辺りも細かいプレイング。
3枚目ですよね、これは。
3枚目の完全なる世界というワールドを発動。
And then we get another field spell. It's funny, they are counting how often they've used the field spell, because yeah, it is thrice per turn.
エノキズの選手もあまりゆっくりした展開にはしたくありません。
So we're putting a dice to remind ourselves how often we've searched with the field spell.
そしてトゥーンテラーではなくおそらくこれはコミックキャットの妨害を優先しました。
盤面の頭数を減らしたいなってところかもしれませんが、アトラクターもあるのでね。
そうですね。
はい。
ここで6枚目振られるのは柴田選手も嫌でしょうね。
少しでもデッキの中のカードの数を減らしてから9万元元末を使ってきましたね。
これでエノキズの選手はマリス対面に有効な妨害を引きに行くこともできます。6枚除外しました。柴田選手は当然チェーンするカードはありません。めくります。
ドライバー無限ナーベル。
Ooh, Pride Brigade.
ドローランドロックバード。これは
Okay, Ogre and Droll are useless. We just take Imperm, I guess. Yeah, Imperm covers the normal summon. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this should just win, I guess. I mean, this is also a pretty good interruption against Malice, because this is removal, right? This is also an interruption because it's a quick effect, tribute your opponent's boss. What does Tri Brigade add? If I had to guess, I would think that something is a beast that you can add or summon. Yeah, the level 1 Comic Cat is a beast, so you can tutor it somehow with the Tri Brigade. You can like Shurake to Grave with 1 banished or something. The rabbit is also a beast, I think. Wait, we drew Magnamoot. Magnamoot is live because Shifter's in the grave, but it's not really an extender. Okay, so this is the moment. This is the hold up. This is the moment that you're gonna be in very, very often if you're playing against Toon, where your opponent just stares at your hand and they just try to figure out a way to stop you from playing the game completely. And if they succeed, then you're not playing the game. Dude, imagine you sit on a stage like that. Imagine you sit on a 6 stage like that and the card being displayed behind you is Dimension Shifter. I would hate that.
オシリス・オベリスクときました。まずはマリスポーンチェシャキャットを通常召喚です。ここに対してはちょっと柴田選手もコミックキャットを誘うような動きにしています。ただディメンションアトラクターカーですのでリリースしても戻ってきてしまいます。
発動した後に除外なので効果止めてしまえばチェシャキャットの効果値の除外はできなそうですが。
なるほど。
はい。
Let me read Mind Scan real quick. Negate the activated effects of cards with that original name while this card is face up on the field. So, what if we just go Comic Cat, tribute Chessy Cat, and then go Mind Scan, declare Chessy Cat? The game is over, right? Because it gets tributed, it goes to banished, and they can't bring it back because it's declared with Mind Scan. Right? We don't even need the Imperm. It's just over, right? Like, yeah, he can summon Magnamoot, but that doesn't do anything. Solve the dual puzzle? Yeah. Yeah, no, we just do that. Yeah. Dude, and the funniest thing is we have Toon Terror and Imperm still. We don't even need any of that. Does Task not play IRL at all? Task was actually top 8 in this tournament. With Sky Strike, my absolute goat. Alright, that was a game of Yu-Gi-Oh! I mean, there wasn't that much Yu-Gi-Oh! being played, but I guess you could say it. Alright, game 2.
ここで使いづらいカードも抜いて先行にさらにチューンアップした状態の出来だと思いますから。
まあマリスの展開力は友崎さんもこれは折り紙付きですよね。
もう展開力といったらマリスですね。もう2体
That I think is Malice in Underground alternative artwork.
2体揃えばもう一気にリンク値が伸びるというところですから、出てきたモンスターを順番になんとか消し去っていかないとなかなか止められないのがすごくマリスの強いところですね。
マリスインアンダーグラウンドからスタートしました。デッキからマリスポーンドーマウスを除外していきます。これがマリスの最強の動き出しのカード。
強い。
デッキのカードを除外して除外されたのでドーマスターします。
そしてドーマウスの効果を発動していきます。攻撃表示で特殊召喚しました。榎木園選手は特に動きはありませんが、まあかなりリラックスしているように見えますね。
笑顔が見えますね。
柴田選手は効果で今度はホワイトラビットを除外していきます。
Normal Spanish Rabbit. This is where I get surprised by how many cards are legal for this deck. They're probably about, I mean, I know they're about to summon Link Decoder at some point, but they're probably, they have White Binder, I think. Do they? I don't know. Maybe they
こ
don't.
れですと、はい。まだ召喚する権利も残っていますので、盤面にモンスターの供給もありますし、
They do.
まあ1枚セッ
Of
ト
course they do.
ここからどう
Dude, I second guessed myself for a moment because I was like, surely they don't have White Binder.
モンスター2体でリンク召喚でしょうか。ここでなるほど。
Oh, the new support. Hold up.
はい、まあ効果ですか。
That's the Cyber's Overframe.
魔法カード墓地をバカーという魔法カード墓地を送るとデッキが儀式モンスターを加えられるよというカードでリミットオーバーコレクションザ・ヒーローズというパックに収録されたカードなんですが、
新生マリスって感じですね。
はい。
そうですね、効果発動。
なるほど。
もう使ったので。
Wait, what does that do again? You have
はい
to pop
他に魔法カ
apart?
ードはね残りやすいデッキかなと思いますし、同じく
Cyber's.
サイバースコードマジシャンという儀式モンスター、これ今加えたカードですね。
なるほど。
はい、同じ
What is it called? Cyber's Witch?
サイバースのリンクモンスターの素材にできるという。
というのが
リン
リンク素材ですから。
はい。
こうやってリンクを伸ばしていくんですね。
リンク3まで伸びるようなカードがスプラッシュイメージ禁止されたんですけど、まあ、魔法カードを使ってますからね。はい。
なるほど。コストはあるよということ
で。
で、モンスターの展開ができる。
はい。
さあ、ここで
Cyber's
召喚
Contract
していきます。
リンク3。
リンク
さん
あリンク2でした。
一旦リンクを戻す。
どこに行きました。
サイバースレッド。
Wicked.
そして、手札から墓地へ送られたサイバースコードマジシャン効果ですね。サイバースをデッキから墓地に。
Cyber's Contract Witch. If this card is link summoned or a monster is special summoned to a zone this card points to, you can send a spell from your hand or face up field to the grave to add a ritual monster from your deck to your hand. Okay. And they played the new Cybers as well. Okay.
ドットスケーパー。
久々に
パーを送り込み、自身の効果で蘇る。
No, not the Dotscaper. They're behind.
自分のカードを墓地から除外して、チューナーをデッキからに加えることができます。
なるほど、これでマリス名称のカードを場に供給できるようになります。
おお、
バックアップですかね、バックアップ。
なるほど
バッ。クアップっていうミスター。今度はサイバースリンクがいますので、手札から出てこられます。効果を発動。効果をチェーンがなし。効果を発動、チェーンがなし。
これはマリスの展開全部通りそうな。
そうですね。
そしてマリスにもう一つ追い風なのは、まあおそらく現世名隊にいるが、
Wizard
今環境入っていないでしょうから。
みんな5回以上あんまり召喚しません。ティア1のカードたちが。
そしてウィザードアットイグニスターの効果で、
Second copy of Underground.
その処理後何もなし。確認した後で、
Yeah.
まずリンクでした。
ここで出てきますか、リンクレコーダー。本来はこっちですからね、谷本さん。
そうですね。
Link Decoder.
取られてましたけれども、
正当なるサイマースコード
Transcode
をマリス
Parker.
デッキ主張しております。
トランスコード効果、
はい
そして効果で戻ってくる。これは相当いいです。
すごい数。
すごい。
リンク値は7ありますか。
はい。
ここでリンク召喚。ここでアコード。アコ
Echo Parker. No effect.
これで榎木園選手に何か
Because we don't want to be locked. We just want the Omni negate.
こうしてからウィザードアットイグニスター。これでマリス名称のカードを場に出力できました。特殊召喚して場所を考えてから一体でリンク召喚。リングリボーでしょうか。
アコード等から1号回作った状態から満を持してもマリス展開今度はしていくと。
リングリボーもいますので、無限包容、それからドミナスインパルス大丈夫と。
トラッパーが向こうにできます。ここからホワイトバインダー。
これでマリス展開に戻ってきました。
There's White
柴田
Binder.
選手はここまでは鮮やか。榎木園選手はちょっとこれ手札が手数に乗っていたでしょうか。
次のドロー合わせて6枚で。
I was just laughing because someone in chat said this is not Sugoi at all.
マリスクにホワイトバインダーを特殊召喚して伏せているカードがただ両方ともマリス名称のカードの可能性がありますね。
1枚は最初ホワイトラビットでセットした0なんですね。
もう1枚が
はい、
何かですね。
何かですね。
墓地のカードをホワイトバインダーの効果で除外しました。そしてホワイトバインダーの効果でデッキからトラップカードをセットする効果です。これによってマリス名称のトラップカード06もしくは11もまだ見えていません。
はい、11ですね、こっち。
マリスコード TD11。これをセットしていき、あとはここからまだサイバース側手数場面伸びますか。
まだいけそうですね。
どこまで伸ばすか。
あとチェシャキャット、マーチンハとかまだ使ってないし。
It's funny because I think it's a good showcase of two things being very different from each other, but both simultaneously. Like the turn one of Malice and the turn one of Toon are, they look very, very different, but they are fundamentally kind of the same thing. They both do something that leaves your opponent with very little chance to win, and therefore are very uninteractive. Even though the one, it looks like a very fancy combo, and the other one looks like, oh yeah, you just have a couple of steps, you make a very small board, but you just look at their hand and negate everything they can do. And it's like, okay, both of these are somewhat different, but also kind of the same thing. And essentially what it boils down to is if the player going first just wins because their cards resolve, then that's not very fun.
ンダーを、まあ、何らかで墓地を送って
And I mean, I'm saying this before they're even finished with their combo, but I'm just from what I've seen from the Toon deck, there's no way, like the Toon deck seems very good at preventing your opponent from playing, but when your opponent already has a board, it doesn't feel like it can do anything
チェシャ
about
キャットの2枚ドローする効果も強力、そして除外されたホワイトバインダーは戻ってくるときに1枚カードをドローできます。
この
it. Like, how is Toon gonna break this established Malice board and deal with the follow-up of White Binder banishing, like, all the Malice cards with March Hair and
こ
stuff?
の1枚が大きいかもしれない。柴田選手はここからまだ盤面リンク値ありますので、もう少し伸ばせそうですが、どうしますでしょうか。
すごいですね。アコード途中で出してアコードも大量としかも使わないで制約かけずに動くっていう
昔のアポロウサみたいな使い方をしてますね、マリスデッキは。これでアコードの効果でモンスター出さずとも自分自身のカードたちの効果でまだまだ展開できるので、先にこれで1妨害作って2ビルとかの受けを作ってからマリスの展開をしていくと。これアンダーグラウンド除外ホワイトバインダーで知ってるのも最終的にハーツ・オブ・クリプターの相手単にカードを除外する効果のための弾丸として除外のカードを用意してるかなと思いますので、そこまでいくんじゃないかなと。
そうですね。除外のカードを墓地に戻すことによって、ね、それを玉として1枚除外する効果を持ったモンスターがなんですから。
これで最後のマリスの下級モンスター、マーチヘアを加えていきます。
07はマリスモンスターを加える効果ですね。
私も長くマリスを使っていましたけれども、その除外状態にはマリス名称のカードを残しておくようにということはかなり意識しましたね。どこでこうハーツ・オブ・クリフターを出す
Taking
か
a close look at March Hair, like, wow, I can't believe they made it.
この状況をなんかこう生み出せてるのがやっぱり最初の鍵となってたサイバースコントラクトウィッチの発動したマリスアンダーグラウンド墓地に送るっていうところから弾を用意できてるのかなというふうに思いますね。
そしてチェシャキャットを除外できましたので、戻ってきて2枚ドローする効果、そして除外したのがマーチヘアですので実質無料。
マリスモンスターをマリスを除外して2枚ドローする効果で、除外されたマーチヘアは自分の効果で手札に持ってくる。
手札3枚ホワイトバインドも含めて。
Okay, how many cards in the Malice player's hand at this point?
かなりのアドバンテージですよね。盤面もモンスター伸びてるんですけどドローが強い。
これでチェシャキャットの効果で2枚のドローをして、そしてマーチヘアもまだ使えますので、リンク値はもう潤沢です。
潤沢。手札も6枚ぐらいありそうな。
あとはもう逆の盤面を作っていくか迷うぐらいかもしれませんが、まだ伸びそうです。
Smiling through watching Malice full combo? Yeah, I mean, they know they can go first in game 3.
サイバースの展開。
トゥーンがちょっとお株を奪っていますが、
プロドックスのせいかもしれません。はい。
さあこれでカードを1枚セットを追加して、これでターンを終了するでしょうか。柴田選手盤面はかなり
I think it was actually 8 cards in hand. No, it was 6.
そして手数に寄っているとはいえ、このマリスの熱い妨害を突破できるか。
4 cards in hand, 2 new sets, probably impulse, imperm, whatever.
ファニーダークラビット通常召喚です。柴田選手はここに対しては神の警告。
召喚無効。
この出た時に無効にされちゃうという効果がトゥーンは非常に厳しいですよね。
そうですよね。やはりファニーダークラビットのもう1枚モンスターを召喚できるこの適用される効果も適用されませんので、
場に出る前にも墓地に送られちゃいますからね。
召喚無効が大変辛い。完全なる世界トゥーンワールド発動です。この辺りの発動の順番も神の密告をケアしたかもしれません。そして効果を発動。ここに対しては
強い。
雪うさぎもう盤面のカードを使いすらしません。
ここで
ドライブリゲードフラクトール効果を発動。ここで少し見られるか。
3以下の獣重戦士長寿族をできれば墓地に送ることができます。
カードのテキストを確認します。まあ昔よく使われたカードですけれども、
Warning the normal summon, Ghost Ogre the field spell.
トゥーンと混ざる形で復活してきました。
どうなるんでしょうかね。
使い手もそれほど多くない混合デッキかと思いますが、
トライブリゲード側の動きで言えばトライブリゲードキット、そしてキットが墓地を送られてまた追加で墓地へ送る効果が発動してナーベルで、ナーベルの墓地の効果でトライブリゲードカード、できたらモンスターですね加えることができるというところで、墓地にこの獣だったり重戦士を貯めながらトライブリゲードモンスターにつながれば、はい、その後墓地のカード除外してリンクしていくので、
ここはアコロトカット意味され無効にして、ここでのの戦士サレンダー手数がありません。柴田選手が勝ちました。
マリスの強み
Negate with the Echo Talker
柴田
and
選手しっ
yeah.
かりと先行を勝ち切って2本目はしっかりと取りました。これで1勝1敗。ゲームは最後3戦目ということになり、
Yeah, man.
まあマリナイバーしまうトカット意味。
I like how we just negated the 3 cards that they played and then the game ended.
そのことによって磯野選手、トライブリゲードとトゥーンの混合デッキです。どんな動きを見せてくれるのか。柴田選手はメインフェーズまでカードの発動はありません。完全なる世界トゥーンワールド発動、効果発動。
Alright, Toon Field Spell, Ogre.
墓地にトゥーンのしおりがありませんので破壊されてしまいます。
Okay.
その選手は終始リラックスをした表情ではありますが、次の手数はどうか。
参戦の際
何を選択するのは2枚引く効果ということは、
Oh, to draw? Okay, we're desperate. We are in desperate town. We need to play, I guess.
そうかの木園選手、
柴田選手これチャンスあるか。
いやウサギ強いですね。
Why is the quality so low?
ね、やっぱりみんなが入れるカードの。
フラクトールから。
フラクトールフラクトールを発動。
これはトライブリゲードの動きが
ここからどうなるかちょっと見たいですね。
柴田選手
Quality of the gameplay or the video? Yeah, I can't unfortunately adjust the quality of the gameplay. I can only change the quality of the video.
これで墓地にモンスターを貯めながらデッキを動かしていく。柴田選手は少し考えてテキストをチェック。何か打てるカードがあるでしょうか。
はい。2020年のカードですから6年前に活躍したトライブリゲードナーベル。
Talons is at 3? Hell yeah. Talons at 3.
そうですね。キットも挟むのかなと思ったんです。このナーベルでキットを持って
This,
くる。
however, this is the one thing. This is the one thing I will not make fun of the OCG for anymore. Is their non-engine hits. Like yes, they have Talons at 3. Yes, they have Maxi at 1, but they also have Called by Band. They have Ash at 2. They have Impulse at 2, and they have Joel at 1. I genuinely think we as TCG players, as much as we like to pretend like our format is better and our balance is better, in terms of non-engine, we cannot make fun of the OCG. We can make fun of Baron being legal and all of the end board stuff, like all of the like link decoder and whatever, but we cannot make fun of them for the non-engine. Like I would genuinely, I would rather play in a format with 3 Talons than the amount of Called by an Ash that we have.
電気もありましたので動きの幅も広がっていそうですね。
一回ここで一気に墓地を貯めるんじゃなくて、トライブリゲードキットを挟んで、後にリンク素材にした後にキットの墓地に送られた時の他の
Worst is Master Duel. Oh yeah, Master Duel has the worst of both worlds. In Master Duel, everything's legal. Master Duel at this point feels like what was the word for it? Traditional format.
キットなりテラスなりを加えるのかなと思ったんですが、新しめのカード。はい。ああ、これか。場にトライブリゲードかスプリガンズがいれば、とにかく特召喚できる。
現状はいませんが、通常召喚することもできます。
このカードは逆にトライブリゲード特有の墓地のカードを除外してリンクモンスター特召喚するって効果ないので、別のトライブリゲードカードが手札にあるのかなというところがちょっと予想されますけど。
なるほど。光獣ですか。
ああ、そうですね。持ってますね。通常召喚します。
トライブリゲードキットを通常召喚、そしているので特殊召喚です。これでキットが2体。
墓地のカードでリンクできる。
We're using the Tri Brigade cards to bridge into Boon, I guess.
リンク2を出すこともできますが考えます。柴田選手。
I'm not sure. Well, we're about to see how exactly, I think, because it looks like that's what they have as their starters.
これ、この
What is he doing here?
相性がいいんですよ。
そうですか。
これになるんですね。
リンク1としてかなりトライブリゲードと相性がいい。
今大会闇はもう見られないかなと思っていたのでちょっと嬉しかったです。
そうですよね。闇で使われてましたね。
マウザーに行きましたね。
It's just the link one to summon off Tri Brigades.
ですね。このスプリガンズキットの方も墓地に送られるとトライブリゲードカード。
Hey, Nerval, bring back Nerval.
墓地カード除外してリンクもできますし、マウザーの効果で
Mauser sends Shureg, and then Shureg, I see. Okay, yeah. So Mauser sends Shureg and the other one, what's the other one called? The Bucephalus. And then the Shureg is going to search, because we have 1 banished Beast Warrior, we can search for a level 1, which is going to be the comic cat.
いや、いろいろ入っていますね。一気に。そうかな。
これでコミックキャット。
これでトゥーンにアクセスができるわけですか。
墓地に送られた時に除外されている獣鳥獣重戦士の。
But we normal summoned the thing. Ah, we can just make Farigid and summon it. I see. Yeah, we make Farigid to summon it.
ただアダバラのフィリジットがいますので、
はい。ということで特召喚できます。
こうやってトゥーン展開に合流するんですね。
トゥーンからもいけるし、
そうですね。
からもいけるっていう。
Is Tri Brigade legit?
ここでキャットからトゥーン。
I mean, it feels like the age-old question of do you play the pure Toon deck or do you play the more combo-heavy, more starters, more extenders, like kind of thing, right? Because this now all of a sudden looks like a deck that's pretty weak into Fuwa and Maxi and Perulia, whereas we've seen the deck combo beforehand without giving a single Maxi draw. So it's just a matter of, you know, do you want the ceiling, do you want the extra bricks to have the extra extenders, or do you not? I'm sure they have pros and cons, but it looks like a good version. I mean, they made it all the way to top 4, and it looks like they're winning this game.
まだナーベルの効果残ってますからね、これ。
いや、そうですよね。こうなってきますと通常のトゥーンの展開よりもリンク値も伸びますし、
これすごいですね。どうなるの？
最終盤面まで見たいという気持ちと、柴田選手ここで何かないかという気持ちと、
そうですね。トゥーンワールド3枚目も張っています。
ただ柴田選手もかなりカードをチェックしていますので、何か狙っていそうではあります。榎木園聖吾選手はここまで綺麗にフラクトールからトゥーン展開へつなげました。
参戦の際のドローでフラクトール。
How does it combo without giving Maxi draws? I mean, they have like multiple normal summons.
いや、相当な展開力。
And they saw that the Maxi was there, so they never activated anything that started a chain to special summon. They just did their few searches for Mind Scan and the counter trap, and then they didn't summon into the Maxi at all.
安全であればさらに展開をつけていくか。いや、すごいぞ。これはそんなに巷に構築が出回っているデッキではありませんので、これ相当研究を積まれたんじゃないかなと思いますが、
出たそのトゥーンがパックとして出た時に種族を見てトライブリゲードいけそうみたいな話題は見かけた気がするんですけど、なかなかその大会シーンとかではやっぱりライゾルの方とかが流行ってたと思うので、なかなか見かけない方なのかなと思います。これナーベルの効果ですね。そうです。リンク3。
リンク2
ですか。あ、失礼しました。一回そうですね。フラクトールが除外されて
るので。
make
this guy as well. Okay.
三つ目のオナリ。少し闇とかで使われたりしている光の獣のリンクモンスターですが。
はい。 そして会議のベアンの臨床感です。
But there's no way they search Revolt as well, right?
他の三つ目のオナリがいるとフィールド魔法を対象に攻略することができるので、
Draw one for Ferrigid.
トゥーマルドを守ってるっていう形。
先効かない。ウィルスも効かない。
ゴルディオン・シュナイダーのようなまくりに強いカードが対象取れない。
そうですね。
対象にできないです。破壊できない。
対象取れない。
そうなってきますとこれは榎木園選手相当環境採用カード4での
What is that
ことかと思います
spell?
が、
いや、これ結構場面が進んでいて、ってことは2枚捨てて、
What is that spell? Is that an alt art? I've never seen it.
で捨てたのが
はい、マインドスキャンとトライブリゲードの何か4魔法ですね。
Oh, that's a Tri-Brigade
これも強い
spell.
カードかと思いますが、
そうですね。エアボーンは盤面の獣重戦士長獣族を対象として、その攻撃力以下で種族が異なる獣重戦士長獣を敵から守備表で特殊化して、そのスタートが無効化
They
され
get their mind scan out of their
さあ
hand.
手札を崩壊していく。ああ、もうこれは手数によった
This
手
is
札
the
で
same hand
出
as
します。
game 1 pretty much, but with a trap on top.
見られたんじゃないかなと思ったんですが、マインドスキャン、コストで捨ててたように見えたんですけど、ちょっと違いましたかね。
何か回収が入ったかもしれませんが、すみません、ちょっと見逃してしまいました。
エビボックス1回戻して、
もう一度
そうです、コストでマインドスキャン使って、もう一度貼り直してますね、これ。
エルボックスで戻す効果が有効に打てたわけですね。ということはこれも実質無料ですか。
実質無料で使ってます。で、特殊化したフラクトルの効果で4枚除外してリンク4。
いや、これは
Vanish 4.
可能なおなりのリンクマーカーの向きも偉い。
はい、
Or
ちゃんとマーカー
Shurake
が向いている。リンク4です。
4
これで出してくるのは強調のシュライグ。
シュライグ、
出てきた。あ、今
まだまだこれは展開をしていきそう。
リンク3でルガル。
Make
相手に持ちた
Rugal.
鳥獣重戦士を特殊化できます。
シュライグの発動条件を満たすわけ
Yeah,
です
they
ね。
are locked from the Mauser. They cannot summon any of the
榎木園
generic
選手は
stuff.
こうやって盤面を作っていく。これで相当硬い盤面になりました。柴田選手はこの手数によったこの手札で榎木園選手のこの硬い牙城を崩していけるか。
We draw already? No, we still have the same
アイデ
4.
ア溢れるデッキ構築、そして展開を見せていきました。
特殊な盤面になりましたね。
そうですね。ちょっとシュライグの除外ってところでちょっとマリスと噛み合ってしまってるところも
なるほど。
あるかもしれませんが。
そうですね。除外されただけだと戻ってきてしまうので、
そうです。あとさっき展開の途中で。
Oh, they can use the Chimera in the grave to trigger Shurake at any point,
まあ
right?
幻想魔族を場面に特殊化、まあ獣指定のために入れてる。
Yeah, I mean, they're not playing
特殊
through
化できる
this.
んですが、そこ止められても墓地のこの現状キマイラで、このシュライグの効果を発動できるよっていう構えを
Nope,
作ってます
that's
ね。
not.
これは
They're
柴田
not
選手
playing
は
the
ターン
game.
に移ってドローしますが、引いたカードはチェシャキャット。
They are
これは
not
持っている
playing the
カード
game.
です。
かぶってしまいましたが。
そして手札から
Said,
カードをセット。マリス
yeah, you just banish this with Shurake immediately. You banish this with Shurake, and you have Toon Terror for whatever they normal
ま
summon.
あマリ
It's
スモンス
it's
ターが場にいればセットしたターンでも発動できますので、このカードも手数に数えることができますが、榎木園選手は先にこの盤面に触っていくという選択肢もあるか。柴田選手はちょっとこれは召喚したいカードが
How many real turn twos have we seen so far? The only game that has not resulted in the player going second, essentially immediately scooping, was the game where they bricked. Like they had the only game that went to turn 3, I think, was the one where they hand trapped the Toon player to death in the Toon mirror, and then they bricked on turn 2, so that the game went to a turn 3. But then they just kept hand trapping until they eventually found a starter and just won. Which was the only time we've seen someone win going second so far, was when they hand trapped the opponent to death, then they bricked, but then the game went on for a couple more turns where they kept hand trapping the opponent until they drew one starter and won off of that one starter.
モンスターが1体ですので見かけよりも手数は少ないか。
マイラ効果使ってきましたね。これで
コミックキャット出るんだ。
特殊召喚。
マイラで特殊召喚するとコミックキャットの効果も生きるので、
さらに強調のシュライグの効果でセットしたカードを除外していく。
これは
これで柴田選手万事休ですか。
コミックキャットアクティブにしながら相手のカード除去。
柴田選手はここはもうただ最後までしっかりプレイを仕切ることをやりそう。
キマイラのこのバリューがめちゃくちゃ強いですね。キャット特殊召喚したシュライグが起動しているので。
そうですね。
ここはバックアップパッドユニスタを通常召喚でこの効果を使いに行く。マリスカードを先に出してしまいますと、まあ、何か例えばトゥーンテラのようなカードも踏みますし、まあ、ここも踏むんですが、まあ、これはしょうがないと。トゥーンテラがでゲームセット、榎木園聖吾選手決勝進出を決めています。
Ash in hand!
決勝進出は榎木園選手です。
おめでとうございます。
おめでとうございます。熱いゲームを見せてくれました。
これはすごいデュエルを見せていただきました。面白かった。
Okay. Well, that was the 2 top 4 matches, and now so the finals now is Toon versus Toon
デュエリ
Tri-Brigade.
ストたちとの激戦を乗り越えてきた2人が一つの誉れをかけて雌雄を決するこの戦いで日本一が決まります。日本選手権2026決勝トーナメント決勝戦。
The stage is crazy. My favorite parts is when we're waiting for the game to start because it looks pretty dope, man.
良平選手 VS 榎木園聖吾選手デュエルスタート。
How did Task top 8 with Sky Striker in this format? I mean, okay, so here's the one thing I will say. The Toon deck does feel like it doesn't have an insane amount of interaction if you can't actually play the game. So maybe a deck like Sky Striker, where you just don't try to hand trap it and you just try to draw a lot of really good cards that are all live, maybe you can overwhelm it that way. I mean, that is something that I would have to try to see, but like, I think Sky Striker can beat the Toon board. Like, it's weird, because like, one thing I'm also noticing about Toon, if you compare it to Cool Tune, because I think those two decks are very, very similar, but Toon just feels like a more powerful version of Cool Tune in almost any way. It feels like it plays through hand traps better. It feels like it, and it also, the negates from Toon are much harder to play around than the negates from Cool Tune, right? Because Cool Tune has two forms of negations next to their hand traps, right? You have Zaylin and you have RS, which both of which are essentially omni negates, but there are ways to outmaneuver them, right? Like Zaylin, you can chain block, and the RS negation is targeted, so you can dodge it, right? You can dodge it, and you can use something like Droplet or whatever to dodge those negations. The ones from Toon are much more difficult to outmaneuver because it's a counter trap and it's mind scan, which you can basically do at any point. Whereas yes, RS is also main phase only. So there are loopholes basically. There are loopholes to the Cool Tune endboard that you can abuse sometimes by playing around, like chain blocking the Zaylin or dodging the RS or doing something in draw phase or in battle phase or in end phase. The Toon board doesn't have those weaknesses. It's not even weak to Droplet because they're trap cards. Both of them are trap cards. You can't interact with them basically at all unless you have very specific like card. Like we're talking Gordian Slicer. We're talking Spiritualism. Those are not cards you're going to ever be able to play in your main deck. Those are not realistic cards you can have in game one or even in your side deck. It's very inefficient having to play those cards for specifically that matchup. You might still do it if the deck is that relevant, but it's not like necessarily good. They're not good answers in that sense because they're only useful for that one matchup, and it's just not very, reliable or efficient. Toon searches Droll versus Striker. Okay, how are you only bringing this up now? How can it get even worse? Zena Firewall? Oh my god, you're right. Oh my god, you're right. Oh, they play Zena with that Firewall combo that we saw earlier. Okay, man. And they're gonna know it's Sky Striker too, right? Because they just look at the hand. They just look at the hand. And I assume that also means that if you see that your opponent has no hand traps and they're on board breakers, you can just like search an Ash Blossom as well instead, right? You don't have to necessarily go for Droll. You can just, instead of ending on just Toon Terror and Mind Scan, you can also like Zena Ash Blossom add it back with Firewall. Oh god. Oh god, that's so cringe. That is so cringe. Search Max C. Unironically, I think searching Max C is probably not even that good, because you're going to look at your opponent's hand, and I think most of the time it's just going to be better to search a negation hand trap. I think you're just going to search, you have Toon Terror and Mind Scan already, like 99% of the time, you're just going to search a negation hand trap for their one play they have left after you negate like two others, right? Like you're going to search Ash for the extender or Imperm for the normal summon or something like that. You're not going to search Max C because your opponent isn't playing anyways. I personally don't think that's a Firewall problem. I think that is Zena. I think Zena is a card that they should have never made. I think Zena, it's not even, in TCG, it's not even like 3 weeks old. It's already really clear it's a problem. And I mean, the more, like, literally, since they made Zena, the card has been used to tutor Floodgates in the TCG. I've played against Zena tutoring Archlord Christia at Euros. There was an FTK in the OCG already that they had to get rid of because of Zena. And now people are searching the one of Droll and Lockbird or whatever with Firewall in combination in this format. Like, That card, it was never more obvious that a card should have never been made than Zena. Like Zena is honestly, to me, completely mind-blowing how that happened. We literally have like 4 versions of that card on the ban list that had to go because they were so good. Like generically send a card from extra deck to the graveyard was so good that we had to get rid of it immediately, right? Like Curious, Lavalval Chain, Beatrice, all banned. Those are the 3 I can think of off the top of my head. I don't know if there's another one. But those 3 are all banned in TCG because that effect is obviously a problem.
いよいよ決勝戦です、南雲さん。この一戦で日本一が決まります。
おー、榎木園選手が先行。
先行は榎木園聖吾選手、トゥーンとトライブリゲードの混合デッキ、そして小林陵平選手は純正のトゥーンデッキとなります。いや、友崎さん、どんなところ期待しますか？
いや、この先行後攻がちょっと見たかったんですよね。南雲さんがさっきにこうですよね。こういう手札から奇襲のカードが搭載されている多い小林選手のデッキ、純正デッキ。
と榎木の選手も
のけぞったように。
Gamers, this might be the first time the player going second has a chance, like actually, without hand trapping the opponent to death, because we have just resolved a charm.
そして手数の榎木園選手のデッキですから。
Oh, never. No! Oh, I thought they said okay already. I thought they said okay already.
そうですね。トライブリゲードスピリガンズキット、
通常召喚。ここに召喚する権利を本当は割きたくないかなと思いますので、
そうですね、自分の効果とかで特召喚したり、効果で墓地を送ったりしたいカードではあると思うので、なかなか召喚していくタイプのカードではないかなとは思いますが、
そうしますと、春うららをやっぱりこの弱い展開で打っていいのかというのけぞりだったかもしれませんね。
I think that is not the ideal start. If I had to guess, I don't know if this is a good opener. Or so maybe there's hope for the player going second. Maybe there's hope.
なんですけども、合わせ持ちしても展開に使えるのかなり強いなというふうに感じましたね。引いたら完全に自己打ではないというところが。
ここは何もなし、榎木園選手はちょっと自分が理想としたような先行の展開ではなかったようですが、それでも小林選手の妨害はまだありませんので、このまま展開につなげていけるかどうかです。
It is full combo? Okay. Yeah, but maybe it's weaker to hand traps than the standard combo.
展開続きそうですね。
エアボーン通るかどうかちょっと細いラインだったんですけど、通ったらもう爆発力ありそうな場面になりました。
もうモンスター2体は墓地におそらく行きますので、これでリンクモンスターをトップブッシュ召喚して展開を続けていけるか。
They are both Toon players. We've seen both players before. This is the finals. It's both Toon. It's just one of them is using Toon Tri-Brigade and the other one is using pure Toon.
効果出ますし、ナーベルの効果でトライブリゲードモンスターも加えられますし、墓地に落ちたトライブリゲードスピリガンズキットの効果でナーベルがまた特召喚できると。
Yes, Tri-Brigade bridges into Toon. That's the reason they're playing it.
かつナーベルのリンクする効果まだ使ってませんが、そこからまだ展開に伸びます。
エアボーンへの妨害だけちょっと榎木園選手気になったかもしれませんが、
裏だけかなりクリーン、G とかでもかなりきつかったですが、
ですので、プルリアに春うららを打った以上展開は通らないと春うららも使ってしまっていますので、不安だったというところはあったと思いますが、ただ心配していたところはクリアしました。
ナーベルからフラクトール、マウザーでブーケマルス2、
このカードのテキストを確認していきます。
Okay, here's the thing. At the moment, sending Shurake doesn't make sense yet because nothing is banished. So I guess we're just gonna summon Shurake with one of our Tri-Brigade. We bring this back with the Tri-Brigade Springen's kit. We're gonna use the Tri-Brigade kit to send one more from deck to grave and the Bucephalus to send one from extra deck. So now we have 4 to banish for the Nerval.
かなり潤沢に溜まった状態。
リンクの素材が大量に用意されてますね。
4枚分、キマイラのとしても含めた5枚分。
This is where an Effect Veiler could be really good, actually. Effect Veiler on this Nerval could actually stop this comp. I think.
レベル4まで加えられるので、一番強いカードに。
4枚除外していく。
かつ、先ほども、
Imperm?
いや、きつい。
小林選手はしっかりと展開を
Because now
ではなくナーベルに当てていく。
we just don't get to search. Now we don't get to bridge. Now we don't get to bridge.
無限包囲一番クリティカルであろう場所に当てていきました。この辺りの駆け引きは見事。
トゥーンにはつながらないかというところですね。
榎木園選手はこの後、ただ盤面にリンク値は伸びそうなカードはありますので、どこまでいけるか。2体でリンク召喚。
もしくはリンクに。でもそうか、ベアブルム。
それで入れ替えはできる。
まだ墓地をカード使ってリンクしてない、除外から特召喚できますので、手札2枚失っちゃうんですけども。
いや、榎木選手はこれも手札を投げて効果を使っていく。
まだいけると。
This card Maxi is scary. I mean, it's against Toons. Maybe Maxi isn't that good. We bring back the kit because we haven't used it yet. Do we have 4 more to banish? We do if we banish the Chimera.
マルチャにプルリアは振らずに終わりましたが、無限包容クリティカルに当てていって、
これは強い。ペアブルームが止まってしまう。
これで榎木園選手は増殖する G も春うららも失いました。
The thing is, I think the player on the left is now gonna win. But it's also, I think, important to point out that this entire hand completely falls apart if they just have the field spell hard draw, right? The field spell hard draw plays through all of this. But yeah, they do. They probably win now if they have a starter by just stopping the opponent from playing completely and then resolving one card. That one pass. Main phase, slam down starter, probably game's over. You get Mind Scan on the field, activate Toon Table of Contents. Wait, is that Toon Terror? No, it's not live. Okay. Yeah, and we just surrender to a starter.
すごい応酬でしたね。
ともすると、榎木園選手がもう相手の妨害を受け切って、そのまま自分の動きに行けそうなベアムーブだったんじゃないかなと思いますけども。1枚の差ですね。
Oh, they didn't try to activate it. They had to reveal it because Mind Scan, right? Yeah. I see. Yeah.
ちょっと小林選手のカード枚数が上回った形になりましたね。
駆け引き見られましたよね。
Yeah, I mean, at least we saw someone win going second, even though it was only by hand trapping the opponent to death.
やはり感動の木なので、
プレイヤーを感じますね。さあ2本目ということになります。小林良平選手対榎木園聖吾選手の
And we see Tri-Brigade going first once more.
ここから1勝を取りまして、榎木園選手の先行で2本目に移ります。榎木園選手は今度は手札どうでしょうか。先ほどはちょっと難しい動き出しでしたが、今度は完全なる世界ワールドから。
Yeah, this card alone, if they drew this last game, I feel like they just win because their interactions all of a sudden do nothing.
小林選手はここに対して何かあるかどうか。
It is just the hand trap mini game at its finest.
この安定感のある、非常にその相手の妨害を受けた時のリカバリー力の高いトゥーンですから、そこから動き出すトゥーンワールドの効果を使う前にまずはエビルボックスの効果を発動です。
Special the Bikuri box to set one from deck.
トラップカードを手札に加えるかセットする効果。
There's Toon Terror.
テラをセットしました。細かいですが手札に加えないことでドロール&ロックバードも出していると。そしてここで完全なる世界トゥーンワールド効果を発動です。
Activate field spell. Okay, I have a question. Why do they have to keep track of it with the dice? Because, like, it's thrice per turn and you can only play 3 copies. Like, how often does it matter? How often, like, it only matters if you somehow recycle it, no?
出ますよ、小林選手。
これによって完全なる世界トゥーンワールドを破壊していきました。榎木園聖吾選手の参戦の際で手札を見ますか。
Did you just interact with me?
選手はチェーンなし。
無限ベーラー目次。
これは理想的な持ち方。
また無限包容2枚持ってる。
I think I know what they're gonna take.
いや、そうですね。
使える棒が4。理想的でしたが参戦の際でトゥーンのしおりを抜かれてしまうと動き出せるカードはあります。
からっていうことになっちゃいますもんね。
ただちょっと展開も伸ばしたいかと思われますので、どうしますか。
小林選手もちょっと見られた後にどうですかといったような表情もね見られまし
たけども、
ちょっと持ってる無限ベーラー、いやでももう
そうですね。
Oh really? The one starter next to the 4 hand traps? What impactful decision making?
ここでワンフォーワンです。ということはドライバーを墓地に送ってドライバーにもこういう使い方がありました。ただコミックキャット
One for one this card driver. I'm losing my mind. Why is? Oh god. I mean yeah. I guess you leave Gamma in your deck going first because you can Gamma like Ghost Ogre and Droll and Lockbird.
ドライブリゲード混合デッキだからこそ
珍しいカードかなと思いましたけども、
かもしれません。そしてお互いにデッキをカット、参戦の際を使っていますので戻したカードはデッキに戻ってシャッフルです。榎木園選手はコミックキャットを召喚して効果を発動は宣言します。
使うならどうぞと1枚使ってください。
使わせたいですよね。
簡単には使わないでしょうが、
ここ考えますか。なるほど。コミックキャットとエビルボックスどちらかを墓地に送ってもらった方が得かを考えていますか。いや細かいところですがこういった一つ一つ選択がありますね。
ポンと使わな
I
いですね
think to me the most telling thing about this format is that hand traps don't even seem great, but everyone feels compelled to play them anyways because it's literally the only option you have. And I think that's one of the worst qualities for a format, is if everyone feels the need to play hand traps, even though they suck. It doesn't feel good. They go second here with Imperm, Veiler, Ogre. It doesn't even feel like a good hand. It does not feel like a good hand, but they have to play this way because letting your opponent resolve their combo is not an option because they will win the game if they do. So you have to play like this. It feels bad, but it's probably still optimal. It's probably optimal because if your opponent resolves a card, they win the game. And that is not good. That is not good design.
ベーラー無限包囲無限包囲。
そうですね、止めることは容易ですが、打つかどうか。
まだ榎木園選手手札もありますので、
そうですね。ワンフォーワンも使っているので、
無限包囲を打っていく。
Hell yeah, loop yourself.
なるほど、これもしかすると将来的にマインドスキャンがあったときに、同じカード
Recycle the field spell pass.
バリューが減ってしまう。ターン映ってます。
And now we pray that they don't draw a starter because we don't have the Omni Negate trap online. We didn't end on Toon World. My god.
何か手数であればチャンスがあります。榎木園選手はトゥーンワールドが場に残っていないことがちょっと痛かった。
動き出しになるカードを引けるかどうか、リクエストとかも入ってるデッキですからね。
So if they have like yeah, okay.
かなり足回りを強くするデッキ構築。
1枚からの動き出しを多めに積みつつ残ったスロットでここからも強いカードをたくさん入れてる。
そうですね。
ですよね。
まあただやはり高校ですので、少し動き出しのカード絞っているかなと思いますが、
エクストラデッキも見ながら、確実に1枚しか新しいカード引けてない状態ですから。
エフェクトベーラー無限包容も残り1枚が何か。榎木園選手はトゥーンテラをセットはしていますが、場のモンスターはトゥーンモンスターでは今ありませんので、やはりここもフィールド魔法に依存している、トゥーンの弱みと言えるか分かりませんが、ちょっと噛み合いの悪いところではあります。
コミックキャットのチェンジは使える。
そうですね。トゥーンワールドがありませんので、リリースするモンスターは自分の場からしか選べませんが、
It cannot possibly be this hard. You have Veiler, Imperm, and the card you drew.
1ですので、温存するかどうかも考えているか。
いや難しい。ターン渡したらやっぱトライブリゲードギミックもあって、
そうですね。
一気にライフ削られる。
There's no card in the world that's this hard to play out in this situation.
決勝戦は時間無制限ですから、もうゆっくり考えていただいて、悔いのないプレーをしていただきたいと思います。小林選手はここはもしかすると何か引きましたかね。
これだけエクストラ確認してるとなると
無限包囲を打ちます。
Okay.
コミックキャットでしょうか。対象
に。
Okay.
アニマ出せますよ。
サクリファイスアニマ。
Why is always something in the anima column today? This is the second time. This is the second time today that this has happened.
榎木の選手やっばいという。
ここに出しちゃったっていう。
ちょっとしたバージョンで。
これアニマいるデッキでここは厳しいですね。これは。
エフェクトベーラー通常召喚の選択肢があったので無限包囲をから打ったんですね。
レベル1モンスターいったですもんね。アニマ。
いやこれでビルボックスを奪ってダメージ上昇。
これだと
コミックキャット戦闘破壊。
一番いいアドバンテージ取ってる。
これで単身よ。小林選手手数がないな。
I swear to God, if you lose this now.
うわどうだ。
榎木園選手何かありますか。
さあ何とか返した形ですね。動き出しがあるかどうかですが、
今日プレイヤーは何もないところから手数を生み出してきます。
I'm losing my mind. They're losing, you know.
これは
They have
no。していなかったかもしれませんが、
ラクトールだ。
ラクトールこれは取ります。
取る。
小林選手はただ未確定のカードが1枚。
Refractal。
ナーベルから。
No Ash。
助けてくれるかここでトライブリゲードが。
いや榎木園選手右手が光りました。
ラクトール、ナーベル、そしてトライブリゲードモンスターがデッキが手札に加わります。
これで榎木園選手の主張は通りそうですがどうでしょうか。
大地の強みが出たかきっと。
1枚から動きますね。
Do not summon it into the anima zone, I swear.
小林選手もこの試合も残りの札1枚もそうですが、次のゲームも負けてしまうとありますので、しっかりテキストをチェックして確認して何もなし。
さあ小林選手何か持ってるかどうかも気になりますね。
これでトライブリゲードキットの効果を発動していく。
Can Comic Cat just chain to anima? They Imperm didn't drop this.
2枚除外。ここに何かあるか。
打ちどころではあるが
手を離すか。
そうですね、まだ宣言していません。効果発動しません。ここに対して小林選手は何かあるか。セットカードはトゥーンテラーが確定。もう一度テキストをチェック。
So here's the problem. If this is another Veiler, you could Veiler the kit, but the kit could crash. Send send the new Tri-Brigade Springans kit, right? And then revive the Nerval so you can still play in main
も
phase
し
2.
送られた時の効果もありますので、ここはチェーンはなしですか。
Right?
リンク2のモンスターをエクストラデッキから特殊召喚できます。木園選手はこれでトゥーンのギミックにつなげられれば、
はい、ここまで伸びていけば大きくトライブリゲードの展開つながっていきそうですが、
小林選手の残りの未確定1枚が何かですね。
怖すぎますこの
怖すぎますね。何もないところから
Or just make Almirage if they play that. I don't know how tight the extra deck is
小
for
林
this
選手
deck.
のこのプレイングです。
Could be Almirage.
ということは残り1枚手数のカード
They
ではあり
probably
ます
play
ので
Almirage, those cards. The Toon cards don't need any extra deck,
お
right?
総流
総流で戻していく。
アニマを戻していこうということでしょうか。
Do we know the face down? The face down is Toon Terror.
自
Yes.
身の手札か場のカードを墓地を送って相手の
No, they said it with the Bikuri box.
あ、なるほ
I
ど。
think it was
で
Toon Terror.
キットを墓地を送るとキットのデッキ化さに墓地を送る効果も誘発してスプリガンズキットの方でも使えないテラを送りましたね。
に送っ
はい
て、そうかエビルボックスを戻して使おうと。
Wait, are they sending the Toon Terror to bounce the Bikuri box?
かなと思いました。はい。
さあどういった選択になるか。
Is Double Dragon Lord monsters or face-up cards? I forget.
情報は小林選手の手札1枚このカードを使っていく雪ウサギ。
ウサギだ最後のカード。
これでリンク値を奪っていく。
Ghost over.
ただこれでエビルボック
Yeah,
ス
yeah, they
が
bounced the Bikuri box. That's funny.
総流は破壊されます。ただ場にトゥーンワールドがありませんのでエビルボックスの特殊召喚する効果は使えませ
Okay,
ん。
now it's Almirage time if we play it.
逆にアニマがゼロのせいでキットが自分から
Yeah, we play Almirage.
アニマがちゃんと採用してる。
サラマングレートアルミラージを出すかどうかです。
これでわざとボスを
先ほど
はい
キットの特殊召喚がありましたが通常召喚
通常召喚ですね。は
ですね。はいい。
今度アニマの
Thinking about it?
出していって、
We are addicted to summoning into the anima column.
これでキット墓地を送られました。
効果でトライブブリ
Not that it matters here, probably doesn't.
効果を発動。あ、これで展開伸びそうですね。
まだ効果使ってないトライブリゲードモンスター特殊召喚できます。
ナーベルの効果。小林選手は最後の未確定カードは雪
For
ウサギでした。
one, go for Snatch. If you make Top C Yummy Way right now,
総流に打っていったかなと思うんですが、ナーベルの効果で1体除外して
スナッチ
闇スナッチ、はい、からのリンクに。
はいでリンクこうしてつなげていきますが一旦考えます。
はい。
榎木園選手も、このターンで決めきるかもしくはしっかり妨害を敷かないと、トゥーン側は1枚で全てを解決する可能性があります。榎木園選手はここはもう決めきりたいところではあります。
しおりなり目次なりとかトゥーンワールドでもいいですし、
動き出し多いですね。
はい
小林選手の盤面にはサクリファイサーには1体もう妨害はありませんので、榎木園選手はあとは残っているもう見えているカードで8000ライフポイントに切る動きができれば、
はい
そうですね、1枚ドローさせずにゲームを終わらせたいところです。いやしかしこの細かいやり取り
ありましたね。
本当に勉強になります。
はい。ともすると一瞬アニマに
This is the first time, by the way, this is the first time it feels like we are watching a game of Yu-Gi-Oh! Where meaningful decisions are being made. And the reason why this is happening is because neither of these duelists have actually resolved the Toon field spell and have put Mind Scan onto the field. Like, unironically, this is by far the best game we've watched so far, and it's because they've both not had access to their engine.
思ったんですが、しっかり総流で奪い返して、
そうですね、
はい。
ここも確かにアニマを戻してしまうと、エビルボックスも墓地に行ってしまうところ、手札に戻って1枚得してますので、
はい
細かいですが大事ですね。
Which
攻撃
is
力ゼロですから見てもらっていいですもんね。
Kinda sad to think about.
していきたいカードになるんじゃないかなと思います。
さあこれで
ベラーからアニマもうまかったな。
うまかったですね。あれでそうですよね、コミックキャットを処理しないと初動につなが
はい
っていましたので、あそこは2枚使ってしっかり立つ見事なプレイングでした。
小林選手消耗もしましたけど、アニマ1枚で盤面2枚処理できてましたからね、あれで。
そうですね、
はい。
そして残り1枚雪うさぎも、しっかり盤面のリンク値を消すことには寄与しました。あとは榎木園選手は見えているこの展開で攻撃力8000を
作り出せるかどうか。
か、
うん。
リンク数とか伸ばせるだろうか。
バトルフェーズに入ってアニマを処理してこれはもしかすると
Nachi attacks Anima. Our biggest nemesis has been
小
defeated.
林選手もね手札がないですから。
Bro, and you still have no interruptions. Do you still lose if it? This is you die if this is a starter.
いいカード引けと
め。くった。
さあどうだ。
どうする。
いや変わる
It's over
カードの効果変わる
if
か。
it's a starter.
榎木園選手のこの闇スナッチの妨害で、
うん。闇のシンクロ体とかが用意されてるから。
Dude
とかになりますが、
でも結構
The deck does nothing. The Toon deck does nothing if it can't stop the opponent from playing completely. It just loses.
このスナッププラスナーベルで、はい次のゲーム。
返せないと。
Not a starter,
ということ
bro.
で小林選手がサレンダーを選択。榎木園選手が
Bro,
一本
they
取り返
just
しました。
they just took his starter with
面
talents
白い展開。
and they never saw another one.
さあ決して解いてしかない。しっかりまくりも
And somehow it was still the best game we've seen today.
総流で
チャンチしっかり理解しように少ないカードまでトライブリ
いいと組み合わせに。
だって超従属のデッキの構築も動きを使ってた日本選手権には
Any reason he couldn't make Mauser to send Shurek there?
はい
I don't know.
はい
強いですよね。 の密告が置く効果もありますので、すり抜けちゃうっていうのもね、また皮肉なところではありますが、さあいよいよ3本目、榎園聖吾選手と小林陵平選手の決勝戦、数々の名勝負が繰り広げられてきた日本選手権の決勝戦ですが、今年度の日本選手権決勝も名勝負となっています。勝負は3本目、先攻は小林陵平選手です。先ほどは素晴らしいエフェクトベーラー召喚からサクリファイスアニマ2面処理を見せました。
He missed the bodies for Ferrijid. I mean, yeah, he could have if he because he has an Almirage, right? And the Almirage cannot be used as link material because it's a Cyburst monster. So you can make the Mauser and you can send two, but you can't summon the one you send. I think. I don't know. You can't summon the one you search because you can't make Ferrijid because you can't use the Almirage for it.
ちょっと弱い初動です。榎園選手にもチャンスはあるか。通常召喚に対してまずは榎園選手は手札を見ながら
Oh no, there's an engine card. This is not good.
1枚打つにもここは悩む決勝戦です。
日本一がかかっている最後のデュエル。
We better stop that from happening. We do better stop that from happening. Is it better to gamma this or is it better to gamma the rabbit that it summons?
ですね、ここは使いません。コミックキャットの効果を無効にし破壊しました。
こうなるとトゥーンとしてはどうでしょうね、手数が。
コミックキャットは一番入りたくない動き出しのカードですので、これ以上手数がない可能性もあります。もちろん誘っている可能性もありますが、
そうですね。
小林選手はただちょっと表情も険しいか。
You hold it for rabbit, you lose to Ash.
この4枚がだから発動できるような効果だったりすると受け切ることもね、もしかしたら
そうですね。3を返して、
何かただありそうですよ。
さあ参戦だ。
2枚ドローを選択。さあこの2枚のドローで奇跡を起こせるか。
さあどうだ。手札5枚。
ここに対しては何もなし。
ビフレスト
の端ビフレスト、動き出しのカードを引きました。3枚除外してフィールド魔法に。
Dude, I thought he was offering the handshake for a second, which I thought made a lot of sense too.
カードの発動、効果の発動も何もなし。小林選手の主張が通ります。
What's that? That is terraforming, but funny. It's a spell that we don't have in TCG yet. It says you have to like reveal 3 or banish 3 monsters from your extra deck, including a light synchro with like level 10 or more or something. So basically banish 3 cards from your extra deck to search a field spell.
榎園選手はサイフレームギアガンマ、強いカードを使っていきましたが、参戦
So it's like terraforming, but you need to sacrifice some extra deck space.
選手どうでしょうかね、悩んでいたので。
So they have in the OCG, if your deck can afford to play the card, you have like 7 copies of your.
ガンマを打つという選択で盤面からモンスターを消しましたが、参戦の際のトリガーを踏んでしまったとも言えます。
And in this deck, there is very little downside to playing this many copies of it because you don't really need your extra deck, and you also the card is thrice per turn. So even if you draw multiple,
ダークアイズイリュージョニストノーフェイスです。効果を発動。
これはどっちにするでしょうかね。
置く効果か、モンスターを手札に加えて特殊召喚する効果か、ここに増殖しているということは、
Chain Maxi.
特殊召喚は2位です。
Wait, hold up. Okay, hold up. Let me try and understand this interaction. So because I know. The thing we discarded was Dark Eyes Illusionist Faceless Mage. It says you can discard this card and activate one of these effects. The first one is to place Mind Scan, and the other one is to add one other monster from your grave to your hand that mentions Tool World, then you can special summon it, ignoring its summoning conditions. Looks like that is the effect that they used to get back the comic cat, and that's why they chained Maxi. And they still summon it, so they do draw a card here. But we've already used the effect. Wait, is Comic Cat? No way. There's no way Comic Cat is not hard once per turn. Hold up. Give me a second. Yes, that effect is it's actually hard once per turn. Let's go. Let's fucking go. One proper piece of design. Set 3. Oh yeah, you're not playing. The reason why they didn't get Mind Scan is probably because they drew Mind Scan. So we have the 3 face downs here, and we have the Comic Cat quick effect to tribute an opponent's monster to summon one from our deck. Okay. Bro is cooking through Gamma Maxi VODs. Alright.
発動に対して打ちたいところのカードでありますからね。
エンドフェーズにおそらく発動して、剥がして特殊。
メインフェーズしか
失礼しました。メインフェーズ中に発動しました。巻き戻しもできますが、 小林選手は何かするかどうかですが、
はい、
そうですね、まあ何もするメリットはないように見えます。ターン終了です。
これでコミックキャットの除去はなくなった。
そうですね。
そうですね。あとはセットカード3枚を。
Probably didn't use the VODs earlier because it was the draw off of the maxi, if I had to guess.
残りの手札。
いやでも圧ありますよこの3枚のセットは。
サイド交換後の3ですからね。
かつ小林選手は先行での3セットなんで、やっぱり神の名のつくね、罠とかが多いのかなというイメージも持ちますし、まあ、無限翻訳も全然バリありますし、
サイドから採用しているカードがどれだけあるかも気になりますね。
コミックキャットの妨害効果はもうありませんが、ただモンスターをデッキから出してくる効果はあります。完全なる世界トゥーンワールドから発動です。ここに対しては例えば神の密告のようなカードがあると怖いですが、
どうだ、
確認して
怖い。ドキドキする。
昔ながらの遊戯王みたいなこの何かするたびにセットカード確認して。
So,
小林選手考えます。
isn't this deck also kind of weak to Solemn Accusation? Can't you just like Solemn Accusation the field spell, banish all copies of it, and cook them? Kind of? Wait, am I missing something?
何か打てるカードはありそうですが、密告でしたら打ってるかと思いますので違うカードでしょうかね。例えばそうですね、神の宣告で。
Doom is weak to a lot when it goes second. Yeah, Doom.
フォール&ザ・バーチャスのようなカードもありますが、採用はしていないと思います。いや、考えますね、ここは。
There's the mini game of opening the rabbit. Oh yeah, the rabbit plays around it because it places one copy immediately, right? And then yeah, you're right.
そうですよね。
となると4枚分の妨害カードがあるかもしれない。
カードの発動に対してチェーンはなかったようです。ノキズの選手はコミックキャット通常召喚です。
こちらもまあトゥーンワールドありますがキャットから。
ここに対して何かアクションがあるか。
小林選手は非常にピンポイント狙ってきますからね。
そうですね。
よく考えて。
召喚を無効にするようなカードも考えられますが、ただファニーダークラビットならノータイムで打てそうなところですが、コミックキャットに打っていいのかどうかもあります。コミックキャットなら効果の発動にチェーンして神の警告を打つこともできますので、選択肢は召喚成功時ではなくても良さそうですが、
いや考えますね。
いや考えますね。そうですね、慎重になります。榎木園選手は手札残り2枚ですかね。
おそらくですね。
神の警告で召喚を無効にします。
強力ですね。
How did we think about that for this long?
有効な手数を持っているかどうかですが、手札をちらっと見て、
2000ライフを失いますが召喚を無効にする。
完全なる世界トゥーンワールドの効果を
At
発動で
this
す。
point, we're just pretending it's difficult.
ここも考える。
チェーンはどうでしょう。チェーンはありません。
はい、取ってきました。
榎木園選手はここで何を加えるかですが、ファニーナーグラビットを持ってきても召喚することができません。デビルボックスかノーフェイスかということになりそうですが、小林選手は先ほど同じ状況でノーフェイスを持ってきてコミックキャットを
してましたね。
そうですね。榎木園選手はどうでしょうか。
Now that we've lost our normal summon, the only thing we can still get with the Toon Field spell that does anything is the Bikuri box, right? But the Bikuri box also doesn't seem very good here. I mean, it's fine, I guess.
No face.
No, we can get this. Actually, you know, we can get that one. Okay, we can use the second effect to get the comic cat back onto the field.
ここでコミックキャットの効果を発動です。小林選手発動して、そうですね、ビルボックスこれで墓地に干渉できるようになりました。
榎木園選手のコミックキャットを墓地から排除してしまうと。
And we're gonna just stop that from happening. We have the Bikuri box. And that can put a card from grave.
こういった一つ一つの細かいやり取りで勝敗が決まることもあります。決勝戦です。3本目、勝った方が日本一。
いや
絶対に油断できないですからね。ここはじっくり読んでいただいて。
エビルボックスの効果はまだ使わずにですかね。
残ってますもんね、コミックキャットが。
いや、小林選手ももうこれ本当に最後の最後しっかり時間を使って考える。榎木園選手も残りの手札で手数を捻出できるかどうか。
One thing I'm seeing in these games, but also something I've noticed with Cool Tune a lot, is that the playstyle of these decks, or the perception of how toxic they are, at least for me personally, gets heavily amplified by generic non-engine negation. Like when a deck inherently already produces 1 or 2 negations when it's going first, like in this case Mind Scan and Toon Terror, and in Cool Tune's case like RS and Zalen, if they get to just add a solemn warning or a solemn judgment or a solemn accusation or solemn strike or even stuff like Ash, Veiler, Imperm, if those cards just are next to those cards, it's really, really obnoxious, because what are the odds you can even play the game? They're very small. It's just, you're not going to have 3 or 4 starters/extenders in most of your hand.
いや、そうですね。非常に和やかな雰囲気でプレーをしています。ゴルディオン・シュナイダー。
ゴルディオン・シュナイダー。
トゥーンワールドの対策としてね、流行っ っているカード
Okay.
が
このシュナイダーはメインフェーズ1の開始時にしかプレイできないので、バトルフェーズに入って
でメインフェーズ2かもしれません。はい。
なるほど、そうですか。これで、
はい。
なるほど、自身の
This is a cool use of the card. We are going to return our own VODs to the hand. And we are going to return our own Toon Kingdom, Toon Perfect World to the hand as well.
完全なる世界トゥーンワールドトゥーダに戻してもう一回使おうという。
そういうこと。
フィールドの表側表示のカードであれば何でも戻せますもんね
な。るほど。そういう使い方もあるんですね。
ここに考えます。対象に取ったのはエビルボックスとベイドスと完全なる世界は取らなかった。
Actually, I think we changed our mind. I think we went for the Bikuri box instead.
手札もしくはエクストラのカード6枚以上外なので、手札も加えていけばたくさん対象も取れますが、
エクストラ犠牲にしたら2枚まで、
そうですね、12枚消費して2枚まで。
対象は2枚、3枚ですか。
自分のワールドと
So the VODs is going to cover for a top deck of another field
そうですね、
spell
帰ってきます。
帰ってくる。
自分のカードとして帰ってき
if
て
the game goes for longer.
再利用も込められてるんですね、シュナイダー。
完全なる
And
世界
getting rid of the Bikuri box, because I think Guardian says you can't respond with the effects of the targeted cards or something. So we prevent them from chaining the Bikuri box to get rid of the copycat in the grave.
もろもろ消費させて相手のコミックキャットのこのエビルボックス出すとこまでさせた上でのこれですからね。
いや、手数をこれもう本当に最大限に使っていきます。
まあ紙の
It just can't be negated. Wait, they can still chain it?
カード召喚とか一回使ってますか。
Oh wait, then this doesn't make any
発
sense.
動と効果が無効化されないという。
そうですね。はい。できないです。
Oh wait, we targeted all three.
目ようがないのが
ベイドスも回収しながら。
これでまた相手の卵を破壊できますもんね。
Wait, how much do you have to banish for 3 with Slicer? Isn't it one from your hand now as well?
結構でも大きく失いそうですかね。
3枚だけ残して12枚と手札を1枚。
It's wait, how?
ちょっと
Let me.
トライブリゲードの動きはできなそうな。
Well, it's been a while. Guardian Slicer.
ここはトゥーンの動きだけで
行こうと。
完封しようということでしょう。除外しました。
手札にあまり持ってなければ。
Guardian Slicer is 6 cards from the extra deck for each card. So we cannot bounce 3 with just the extra deck. We have to do 12 extra deck cards and 1 from hand.
トゥーンテラーは抜いていそうなので、まずはトゥーンのしおりから。そして発動です。トゥーンのしおりを挟むことで破壊耐性
So we can bookmark for Rabbit now, but we cannot summon the
フ
Rabbit.
ァニーダークラビットを手札に加えたということは、これ次のターンの動き出しにかけましたか。このターンはもうこれ以上は有効な妨害を引けないという判断だったでしょうか。これで手札に加えて初動を確保してターンを渡すようです。
ベイドスもあればこの消耗戦のうちであれば相手のターン耐えられるでしょうと。一旦ための
Yeah, the deck is very, very normal summon reliant. Is another issue for going second with it.
ここですね。
2枚、セットカードも2枚。
動き出せるか。
So Solemn Warning seems very strong against it.
手札にはファニーダークラビット、この2枚がありますので、なんとか動かないといけません。
絶対動かなきゃいけないですね。
まあセットカードもありますので、まだ神の宣告を温存している可能性もありますから。
ベイドスが睨み効かせてますからね。
This is just Snake Eyes with Mind Scan.
ちょっと勢いを貯めるっていうプレーなんですかね。勇気を出して。
And I hate to say it, but it's Snake Eye, but even better into cards like Impermanent Veiler.
ベイドスが重い。
そうですね。
い
や、ゴルディオン・シュナイダーのメインフェイズ2に発動はこれは考えられたプレーでした。
すごいですね。回収がかなり大きく戦況に響いてますね。
小林選手が先ほどのようなエフェクトベーラー通常召喚のような一手をひねり出せるか。
But yeah, the games where they don't get to Mind Scan are at least watchable. Even though, even here, like, not much Yu-Gi-Oh has been played yet, they still are very actively just trying to negate each other's card. Right? Gamma, Solemn Warning, and stuff are the only reason why the game hasn't ended yet. And why the reason why they don't have Mind Scan on the board yet is because they've just negated each other's card. And I think this is already probably GG, right? Because you can go Toon Bookmark, and of course you're not going to start with the field spell, because the field spell would be weak to the VODs, so you're going to start with the Rabbit. And starting with the Rabbit is going to beat the VODs. It's not going to beat the Veiler though. But we have another normal summon for this. And we summon another Rabbit, not once per turn. Activate effect. Act Toon World. If they VODs it, we can get another Rabbit. Yeah, this is...
これはサイバース展開に行くでしょうか。
3兄弟揃いましたね。
コミックキャット、ファニーダークラビット、そしてエビルボックス3体揃えば そしてダークアイズイリュージョニストノーフェイス
戻して
一旦考えます、そうですね勝ちを確信した瞬間が南雲さん、一番注意が必要ですね
一番注意が必要です一手にするとね展開つながらなくなったりしますからね
Toon Bookmark can protect Toon World, but not if you activate the new, because the new field spell, you activate it from hand, you can VODs it in that moment because it's not yet Toon World because it hasn't resolved yet. But Rabbit plays around that by placing it directly from the deck, so it's immediately Toon World. Oh hell yeah, let's go! Reprodokus one last time.
緩めません。えのきぞの選手はただ笑顔です。これはやりきったっていう表情かもしれませんね。
Let's get some Link decoder in here. That's the only thing this game was missing.
リプロドクス効果を発動、サイバースに変換、リンクデコーダー、そしてリンク召喚、リンク3です。プロテクトコールトーカー、リンクデコーダーの効果で墓地から特殊召喚、リンク値は5足りています。3足す1。
The Link decoder should be banished, but I doubt it matters.
ファイヤーウォールドラゴンに行きます。リンクデコーダーの除外を忘れていますがもうご愛嬌でしょう。ファイヤーウォールドラゴン、リンクデコーダーはしっかり除外。
Yeah, now they
そし
banished
て
it.
リンク値3を除外してプロテクトコールトーカーを特殊召喚。さあビクトリーロードとなるでしょうか。小林選手しっかりモンスターは揃っている。榎木園選手は盤面を作っていく。小林選手リンク値は十分、直接攻撃してここで試合終了。小林亮平選手勝ちました。
Yeah,
日本選手
I mean, legit, the first player to resolve a card has won basically every game that we've seen today, and that's it. So if that's the case, right? If that's the case, then the player going second is forced to run a bunch of hand traps. Doesn't matter how bad they feel. This turn was a perfect example of how bad the hand traps can feel against this deck. The player on the right had Veiler and VODs in hand, and it essentially didn't matter because the Dark Rabbit gives you a second normal summon on summon that you cannot prevent. It's like the Ritual Beast Elder. So Veilering it stopped its effect, but it doesn't stop another normal summon from happening. And then the Toon World was unable to be countered by VODs because they had Toon Bookmark Engrave. But even if they didn't have Toon Bookmark Engrave, the VODs would still not have helped because of the other effect of the Toon World, where you can just basically banish your rabbit and bring it back before the VODs resolves, and then you get another copy of the Toon World anyways. So it wouldn't have made a difference anyways. But you're forced to play cards like Veiler, VODs, Ghost Ogre, and everything, Gamma, because if this deck resolves its cards, it just wins the game. And that's bad. So obviously you're gonna try to hand trap it. So yeah, I mean, look, I did wanna take a look at this, even though I looked at the cards already and I figured it was gonna be bad gameplay, but I did want to make sure. I did want to double check, and I think like there was not a lot of good Yu-Gi-Oh being played here. Like I at least in my opinion, I know this is subjective, and maybe some people are gonna look at this and be like, yeah, this is peak, but I don't think it is. I don't think this is peak at all. I think this is pretty weak overall in terms of like gameplay quality. There was not a lot of decisions being made. You just hand trap the obvious things. You hope your opponent can't play, and whoever resolves the Toon World mind scan stuff first just wins the game. Yeah, I don't know. We can take a look at the deck lists that people used in this tournament. I will say, to be fair, there are 4 other decks in top 8 here. It's actually not a super dominant Toon format. I mean, the deck looks toxic, but it also does look like it does have some weaknesses. Here in top 8, we saw that there was a Sky Striker deck by Task, actually, the best Master Duel player in the world, pretty much, next to Ryan Yu. He made top 8 with Sky Striker. There was a Radiant Typhoon Sky Striker, there was an Elf Note, and there was a Cool Tune. So Toon is not the only deck in the format. But yeah, it was the most successful deck at this tournament because it had 3 spots in top 4. Yeah, but we can take a look at some of the deck lists. They sent 5 people to Worlds. So these are the 4 people that we just saw play in top 4. And the 5th player who's going to Worlds is actually Kuki Kusaka, who is your 2019 world champion. The reason why he is going to Worlds is because he was the one in top 8 who lost to the eventual winner, which is how they determined that, by the way, just in case anyone is curious. So they had the top 4 were going to Worlds. but they had 5 slots. So the way they determined the 5th place is, well, 5th place is the one who lost to the winner of the event. And because Kuki Kusaka lost to the Toon player who won the tournament, that's because he was 5th. I personally think a playoff would have been a little fairer, but yes, basically Kuki Kusaka is going back to Worlds because he lost to the Toon player who won the event. Yeah, so this is the list that won the tournament. The Toon cards are all darks, basically, so they get to play Dominance Impulse as well. So this deck is just starter, 3 field spells, 3 searchers here, 3 searchers here, 4 searchers for the field spell, and prosperity. So basically 13, 13, 14, 21 card starters, pretty much. 21 card starters. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 16 hand traps. 16 hand traps, 21 card starters, and 4 engine requirements: the Bikuri box, the Illusionist, and the 2 trap cards. Yeah, that's what you get. In the extra deck, we have the 3 synchros for the Rainbow Bridge retrain, so that we can use it as terraforming. We have the package for the firewall stuff with the Link Decoder, Reproducus, Protect Code Talker. And then we have some very fun utility in Zena, because you can actually go, if you see that you're playing, if you ever wondered, like, oh, hey, if hand traps are bad against this deck, why do we not try to break the board? Like, you know, just draw a bunch of strong engine cards so they can't negate all of them. They can go Zena, send Drollin Lockbird, and then add it back to the hand with Firewall Dragon. Is the other thing. And then in the side deck, we just have more negation hand traps, talents for going first, and a bunch of counter traps for going first as well. So, yeah. I don't know, man. This feels like Cool Tune, but even more problematic. Like, a lot more problematic. Yeah. Second place is Cry Brigade Tune, which is... Honestly, I think it's a funny idea, or an interesting idea, that the Toon cards, that the Tri Brigade cards can bridge into Toon. Unironically, though, I don't think this is the way to go. They do play Cupsy Yamiway. That's very funny. Why are they playing Cupsy Yamiway with no targets? Just because they can, I guess. That's very funny to me. The reason why I don't think this is ideal, I guess, is because the deck already has an insane amount of starters. I mean, we just counted it. This deck has 20 starters. It's not like you need more of it. I feel like if the deck had like 12 starters, I would get it. I was like, okay, yeah, let's play a couple extra extenders / starters. But yeah. They are on Cookie, not Cupsy. Wait, but this is Cookie, isn't it? Am I tripping? Have I forgotten what they look like already? This is Cupsy. Is it the wrong picture? Is the deck list incorrect? Road of the King has it wrong. Okay, I second guessed myself for a moment. I was like, that's Cupsy, right? Okay. Okay, if it's Cookie, that makes more sense, because we did see in one of the games they ended on Snatchy with a level 1 on the board and they just passed. That could make some sense. If you can turn that into a disruption, maybe that could be a line under Maxi as well, where you just go banish 1 for a Tri Brigade and then you can pass with the thing up because you have Cookie in the extra deck to book a monster. That could make sense. I mean, okay, on the one hand, I think for consistency, this is not necessary, and you do make your deck, I mean, a lot bigger, 45 cards, more vulnerable to some hand traps. Like we did see that this engine was very weak to imperms in one of the games, where the Toon engine directly is not as weak to imperms. On the other hand, I think one thing that you can do with this is you can extend a little bit better. You can extend a little bit better versus the other deck. Like if this deck gets warning on the normal summon, I'm sure you have some more play than the other, you know. But yeah. 1 Gamma, 1 Driver is crazy. I mean, it just goes to show how desperate they are to try to stop each other from playing the game. Like, there's when people are so desperate to play one Gamma, one Driver in the main deck, it just shows how desperately they are trying to negate each other's starters, because if the cards resolve, they just get FTK'd basically. So yeah, it's crazy because you're playing the hand trap minigame against a deck that has 20 starters. 20 starters. You're playing the hand trap minigame against 20 starters. It's insane. It's genuinely insane. But you have to, because what else are you gonna do? And then the third place Toon deck is basically the same, but now there's also Shifter, and the Gamma is here as well. Yeah. This one doesn't even play the Rainbow Bridge. It plays some other extra deck cards, and just is fine with less consistency, I guess. Just plays more hand traps. Just plays Crossout, Shifter, and the Gamma stuff instead. It's like if you had to hand trap Yummy. Yeah, it's a good comparison, because Yummy was the kind of deck where it was like hand traps felt bad against it, and the reason to play hand traps was never Yummy. Like, people were usually trying to board break, at least pure Yummy, right? Like, it was better to play cards like Droplet, Super Poly, Dark Ruler, whatever. Like, it was a deck that was relatively weak to to board breakers and not great and very good against hand traps. This deck is both. This deck is good against hand traps and good against board breakers, so people just choose to play hand traps because at least there's a small chance they don't play the game. Because if you play board breakers, they're basically guaranteed to play and win the game, which is rough. I'm surprised no one mained Purulia. I mean, there was literally Purulia in the winning deck. So there is Purulias are being played. Because that's the other thing about this deck as well. This deck is not even weak to Maxi and Fuba, which is the craziest part. Like, you cannot even go the route of lingering hand traps if you're not trying to negate their cards. What other options do you have? Purulia is solid, but nothing crazy. Like, you will probably just draw like 2 cards off Purulia maximum. But Fuba is pretty useless. Maxi is also not the craziest, and Purulia is only decent. Mindscan forcing you to have 2 engine cards in hand at all times minimum, then another one for each non-engine they got. It's insane. It's not even that. It's not even 2. It's 3, because they have a counter trap as well. It's Mindscan and Toon Terror together. If you don't have 3 starters / extenders, you cannot play the game, but they also play 16 hand traps on top of this. So every one Imperm, Ash, Impulse, Veiler that they draw, you have to draw an extra extender. The odds of you drawing a playable hand against this deck are like 2% or something with most modern Yu-Gi-Oh decks. Like, they see your hand, they know exactly what to stop, and it's not like the Toon engine does nothing either. Like, the board also has stuff. The Comic Cat is a non-target tribute removal for your side of the field, and the Bikuri box is a graveyard interaction. So it's not enough to resolve a starter. You still need to play through those after they've negated like 3 or 4 of your cards on average. Because on average, this deck has Toon Terror, Mindscan, and 1 or 2 negation hand traps. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. The chances of you being able to play the game even against this deck is so small going second. And then people are saying like, yeah, at least it doesn't have 10-minute combo turns. Bro, it doesn't matter. It's miserable. Also, a pointer of the Red Lotus is at 3 in the OCG. I just learned that information, and that's crazy. And we're about to look at the absolute look at what like a tier 3 deck in the OCG looks like. Malice is not even that popular. Bro, they got friggin' triple field spell. Oh my god, man. They got triple field spell. They got Link Decoder. They got White Binder. Still, legal deck isn't even considered like a top tier deck anymore. My god. Triple White Rabbit. Triple Underground. Hey, but they limited March here. Fog Champion. Ugh. And Cool Tune, bro. Cool Tune. Cool Tune. Cool Tune is. I mean, I guess they did hit it a little bit at least. But the thing is, like, Cool Tune would be the most popular deck in the OCG if Tune didn't exist, I think. I think Cool Tune is legitimately just removed from the format, not entirely, but in a large portion, because like Cool Tune and Tune are basically the same deck, but somehow they managed to power creep Cool Tune in almost every way, like instantly. But it's still here. It's still not bad. You can still play Cool Tune if you want to. I guess it even has a little bit more hand traps than the other deck, and you know. But the two decks are very similar, but the Tune deck is just better, I think. The Tune deck is just better. You have more higher quality starters than Cool Tune, because like Mix isn't even a true one-card starter. So the true one-card starters in Cool Tune are only Rico, Q, and Cool Tune Synchro, and Overtake, which is 9 cards. Everything else is like multiple card combos, like Overtake, you need a tuner with it. Prosperity, you need to hit one of your starters. Rotary, you need to draw a level 3 tuner with. Mix, you need to draw other tuners with. So, yeah. This is my one saving grace. This is the one thing that's keeping me alive, basically. Is that Sky Striker somehow keeps performing in these dire times. I don't know how, especially after I found out that the Tune deck can search Droll and Lockbird. I don't know how Sky Striker is even here, but I'm happy it exists. I'm happy it's doing something at least. I also I feel like in the OCG, like whenever you lose the dice roll, I know people hate Sky Striker, or some people hate Sky Striker for whatever reason. But when you go second in the OCG right now, if the first card your opponent activates is Engage or Normal Summon Ray, you just have to be happy, right? There's no way you are unhappy if your opponent Normal Summons Ray and ends on a couple of Widow Anchors. Like, I'll take that any day over whatever this is or whatever this is. Or whatever this is, for that matter. Holy, this is like your I think in the latest metagame report, this was the second most represented deck. Of course, the metagame report is not always the most reliable. There's other things going on, but yeah, the metagame looks like this. Elf Note is the second most popular alongside Cool Tune in like smaller tournaments. And then, like, I mean, the thing is, like, Elf Note definitely benefits from people playing cards that are good against Tune. Like, people are no longer playing cards like Fubalos in the main deck. They're siding it still, but they're not main decking Fuba anymore, so you are free to summon all those synchros. I guess Perulia is decent against this deck too, but yeah. And then we got Task. What happened to Ritual of Light and Darkness? Bro, that deck is way too fair. Ritual of Light and Darkness, compared to the power level of the OCG, bro, like, I'm sorry, I'm disappointed by it too, but there's no way that a deck like that is gonna keep up in the long term with these decks. Like, the board that Ritual of Light and Darkness makes, it's just not gonna hold up to these decks. And it's way too bricky. Oh, 1 rose with desires. I mean, yeah, that's a risky desires list. 1 rose, 1 Lemnis Gate, but other than that, I really dig it. I mean, the thing is, like, I feel like if you want to play Sky Striker in this format against Tune, you have to take risks, because having 1 or 2 dead cards in your hand against Tune is literally a death sentence. Pankratops is awesome. I like Pankratops. Pankratops seems good against Tune. 1 Droll, 1 Bell. I mean, Droll is literally limited, so they can only play 1 copy. So yeah. The other person cited Trap Eater. Yeah, there's a couple of things people are doing to beat Mindscan. Trap Eater is here. Pankratops is here as well. Spiritualism is an interesting card against Mindscan. We see a lot of VODs. We saw, I think, a VODs even in the main deck somewhere. I forgot where it was. Here, there's a main deck VODs. I mean, 1 in 45 for good luck. But yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what else to say. I'm a little bit concerned, and I said it earlier. I think Yu-Gi-Oh is on a great path overall at the moment. I think there's a lot of really good things happening for the game in 2026. I'm talking, especially in the TCG. I'm talking like the winners packs for OTS stores. I'm talking the Grandmaster rares we're getting. I'm talking Overframes. There's a lot of good stuff happening in Yu-Gi-Oh right now. The one thing I'm worried about is I don't really know if I really vibe with the direction that game design is going right now. And I think that is my only complaint with Yu-Gi-Oh at the moment, by the way, which is still overall lots of positives that are happening. The problem is ultimately if the game ends up turning bad or the game becomes worse, then all of the surroundings are only secondary, right? Like the gameplay is kind of the main thing, to me at least. I know it's not like this for everyone. I think there's some people who can look past this and just be happy about the overframes, and I think that's cool too. But I feel like they need to step up their balancing game a little bit. Because this is not really and this time I can confidently say, like, we looked at this. We spent hours now looking at these feature matches, and there was not a lot of good Yu-Gi-Oh being played. And I know that is subjective, as I always say, but, you know. I'm coping on TCG Konami saving us, but Toon is such a boomer DM era deck that I don't know if they have the power to save us. I, unfortunately, think that once the card has been made and printed, I think in a case like this one, it's too late. I think Super Heavy Samurai is often used as an example of like, oh, they could make these cards low rarity and instantly hit them. And I think that worked with Super Heavy Samurai because those were like, what, 2 cards in a main set? Like the legacy support of 2 or 3 cards in a core booster set where they weren't the main theme or anything like that. I don't think they're going to do the same thing with this amount of Toon support in a probably going to be a side set where it's going to be one of the 3 main archetypes, right? Like I don't know when we're going to get the Toon cards, but I don't think they're going to give it the same treatment as Super Heavy Samurai. I do think this deck is not going to last super long, personally, because I genuinely think the longer this deck lasts, the worse it is for the game. I think if they wanted this deck to be healthy for the game or good for the game overall, they had to balance it better. They had to make it feel better to play against. Then it could have been an like, that's the thing, right? If they do this properly, it could be such a good thing for the game, right? Like if they make like anime lore decks, those are very well received typically by a lot of people because people love when they can play like a Toon deck, when they can play a Dark Magician deck, when they can play a Blue Eyes deck. But those decks need to be healthy because otherwise the people are not going to have fun. Like, oh, people are like seeing that, oh, Toon is now a viable deck will get a lot of people to try the game again. But what happens is they try the game and then they don't have fun. So what do? They stop playing again. Like it's natural. It's not gonna stick. You know, maybe you're gonna get some collectors to get some cool overframes, but if the actual gameplay is bad, the people are not gonna stick around. So this is why, like, for example, Blue Eyes was a good thing. Blue Eyes got a lot of people into the game, but Blue Eyes was not like toxic. I mean, Blue Eyes wasn't the most interesting deck ever, but it wasn't toxic. It was okay to play against Blue Eyes. Like, it wasn't something that created miserable gameplay for the people involved, right? And so Blue Eyes was a great success, I think. Blue Eyes was was really good. This one, not so much. And it's just, it feels like a very, very missed opportunity when, like, it feels very forced, basically. It feels forced to make these cards good, and that's often not a good thing. So, yeah, I don't know. The mid-range deck gets Mind Shuffle as a break. The combo deck can place Mind Scan from hand, make it make sense. I mean, I honestly, I wouldn't even describe this deck as a combo deck. I mean, these terms, mid-range, combo, they don't work very well on Yu-Gi-Oh decks anyways. But like, this deck isn't the most explosive per se, right? Like, this deck, I think, very much doesn't feel like a classic combo deck. It's not like you're doing 20-step combos to get to your thing, right? It's in terms of how many plays you do each turn and how explosive your deck is, it's not that crazy. It is kind of comparable to Cool Tune or to the Ritual of Light and Darkness deck. Like, you do very few things. The problem is the very few things you do very quickly lead to a board state where you just negate all of your opponent's cards. It feels like a combination of Cool Tune and Man. Like the Apophis deck, pretty much. That's what it feels like. It feels like you just get to that board very quickly to the point where your opponent you negate all of their starters, right? And that was already, like, the Man deck was already one of the most miserable decks to play against. And the only thing that kept the Odeon deck from leaving significant damage on the game of Yu-Gi-Oh! Was the fact that it wasn't meta. It was just like a rogue deck. It was never good. It was solid and people played it, and that was not good for the game, but it was never like the best deck in the format. At the point where a deck like that becomes the best deck in the format, it's gonna do some damage to the game. And so if Tune becomes this, it's gonna feel very bad for people. I don't know, man. I just want to put out there that this is what happens when you let Fuwa into your game. This is only what happens if you let Fuwa. I mean, this is only what happens if the designers let it happen, is the thing. Ultimately, they make the decks. They make the decks. It's always a circle, right? Like, yes, Fuwalos is a band-aid fix, but now it's their decision to basically make Fuwalos worse and worse the longer time goes on, right? It's on them to make decks that have like a proper ceiling, even under Fuwalos or whatever. The good decks have to do infinite into Fuwa to be good. I don't think that's true. I think that's the craziest behind all of this. I think a lot of the power creep that Yu-Gi-Oh experiences is not necessary. We see this all the time. There are plenty of decks out there that are good enough into Fuwa without doing what this deck does. I think we don't need to make decks like Odeon or like this into Fuwa for them to be good. I think there's a lot of room to make well-designed, balanced Yu-Gi-Oh decks in a universe with Fuwa. They just are too lazy to do it. It's easier to slap Mind Scan into a deck to make sure it's good. It's like much harder to design a Draco Tail than to design this. And so it's just a matter of how important is it to the designers that these decks are actually fun to play against. Like, there are plenty of decks in recent formats that are completely fine into Fuwa without doing what this deck does, right? There was Draco Tail, there's Sky Striker, there's Branded, there's plenty of decks that are Radiant Typhoon. There's a lot of decks that are far more interactive than this that are fine into Fuwa. And no one forces them to do this. What would a realistic and significant pre-hit look like? I think they're not going to hit any of the new cards immediately. I think the deck is probably going to be hit relatively quickly, but not as fast as they did Super Heavy Samurai. The only thing I've heard so far that made sense to me was that they could ban the counter trap. They could ban the counter trap, and that would be meaningful because now they no longer delete 2 cards from your hand, they only delete 1, which is still good. And the deck probably still ends up seeing play. But if they ban Terror, I think that would be very good. They could also get rid of Toon Table of Contents. I mean, yeah, they could consistency hit it, I guess, but I think that's a very poor way of handling it. Because I think if you ban Toon Table of Contents, what's going to happen is the deck is just going to be inconsistent and is going to sometimes auto-win the game, but sometimes not. Or people are just going to do this. They're going to play like hybrid versions of it that still do the full thing, rather than I think the counter trap is the correct thing to do in this case. Then you fuck over real Toon decks too? What does that mean? This is a real Toon deck after the support. Why create Terror just to ban it? I mean, what kind of argument is that? What kind of argument is that? Like, yeah, if that's your argument, then they can never ban cards. Because why did you make that card if you're going to ban it? Like, yeah, in an ideal world, a lot of the cards that are on the ban list should have never been made. That's why they banned them. That the only solution to that problem is to be more careful when you design cards, but apparently they're not doing that. I personally, I keep saying this. I keep saying they should stop making, I think counter trap, like searchable archetypal counter trap for going first is one of the laziest designs that they do these days. Every time I read a new archetype, I scroll down. It's especially frustrating because it's usually when we react to new cards, it's sorted by monster spell traps. So the trap cards is usually the last thing I read. But every time I read an archetype, like I scroll down to the bottom and it's like, oh, cool. This also has searchable counter trap to negate anything to just add to your end board for free. And that's just, it's just so uninspired. It's such an uninteresting way to interact with your opponent. And it's especially problematic in a deck like Toons, where they already have ways to look at your opponent's hand and take out some starters. If you add a counter trap to that, with perfect knowledge of your opponent's hand and the ability to declare a card and stop it from happening, that's a big issue. So they should get rid of the counter trap, in my opinion, and they should, for God's sake, stop making a counter trap for every archetype in existence. There is, believe it or not, there is other ways to make cool trap cards than searchable Omni-Negate counter trap. Yeah, but they're harder to design. Yeah, that is unfortunately how it goes. Isn't like the next best trap they have Solemn Warning? Wait, does Toon have a Solemn Warning as well? That'd be kind of crazy. Maybe they do. Yeah. I mean, I think it's the same. It's the same thing with the side deck discussion. Like going first, the fact that most decks these days just add a bunch of Solemns to their board going first is like what is this, man? Here. Look at these side deck lineups. And this is not an OCG problem. This side deck could be seen like this basically exactly in the TCG. This is not an OCG problem. But like almost every deck now just going first sides in Solemns. And this does not even exclude the decks that I like Sky Striker or something like that. Like it's just if the prevalent strategy is to just go first and side deck ways to stop your opponent from playing the game, it's just, what does the side deck even offer at this point? Like, what's the purpose of the side deck if that's what everyone's doing? More arguments in favor of best of one. I wouldn't even want it to be best of one. I would just, honestly, if I got to decide this, I would just say we play best of three, but we don't side deck, which has the benefit that we also save like 5 minutes per match. So you have a lot less like issues with overtime. I think that'd be nice. Of course, it would change the game, and some decks would benefit from it, and other decks would be punished from it, and then you would have to like adjust. But overall, I think that would be interesting, because then also that means that cards like Solemns, cards like Lightning Storm, cards like Evenly, cards like Mulcharmies actually have downsides to be in your deck. Because if you put a Mulcharmy into your main deck in a best of three no side deck and you go first, that card is going to be in your deck every time you go first. That is a real downside to these cards. But there's no downside if you just get to put these cards into your deck going first every time and take them out going second every time. So I think that would be good. I would like that. But then you're selling less cards without the side deck. Maybe that's the reason. Yeah, maybe. I mean, to be fair though, I think very rarely, like, I mean, Pot of Sloth right now is an example of a side deck card that sells. But like a lot of, like, look at these cards. Nothing here sells products anymore. These cards are all super old. Most of them are super old cards. So I don't know how much of a driving force the side deck even is anymore for sales. Right? And then you just make cards that are good in the main deck, and then those will sell, right? If the game changes like this. The real reason why I don't think this is happening is that it's just a very massive change that they are probably not willing to do, because I think big change is always a risk, or is often associated with a big risk. Because what if you make a big change like that and then people don't like it? But realistically, I think it would improve the quality of games a lot if they did that. So yeah. Okay. Anyways, enough yapping about what's about to happen. Congratulations for the 5 duelists from Japan who managed to make it to the World Championship. I am very interested to see how they are going to do at Worlds when they cannot see the opponent's hand at all times. We'll find out. In previous years, it hasn't really gone too well for them with how different the OCG has been from the TCG. But we'll see. I mean, at least Kuki Kosaka at least has won the World Championship. I believe the last time the OCG won the World Championship was when Kuki won it, right? 2019. Since 2019, it's always been TCG players, or even NA to be exact, right? Malice in Worlds is really funny. I doubt the Malice player will play Malice at Worlds. And this is also, I thought about making a video on that matter, maybe before or after the World Championships this year, where I look at how different the OCG and TCG formats are from each other, and how I think that actually does benefit TCG players nowadays when it comes to the World Championship. Because back in the day, it used to be that OCG players would very, very often win the World Championship simply because they were very good players at all times, but they also usually had more practice with the format because they were ahead. Like the OCG and the TCG ban list a few years ago, like 8+ years ago, they were closer together than they are now. Like the OCG and TCG ban lists have been moving further apart. So like back in the day, the OCG was closer to the TCG in terms of their ban list, and but they were just ahead in terms of like their card pool. So they had more practice with a lot of the stuff that was happening at Worlds. And they often had the more restrictive ban list. They had the more restrictive ban list because they were ahead with the card pool, so they would hit the cards first. And typically, I think the way it goes with the World Championship is, I think the players from the region with the more restrictive ban list have an advantage, because they are used to play with those restrictions already. And nowadays that the TCG has been way more aggressive on a lot of things, especially extra deck, I think that has benefited the TCG players because they are more used at playing in this environment with without like Baron, White Binder, Link Decoder, all that stuff. Like almost every single extra deck here has cards that are banned in the TCG. You know, Baron in this deck, like Sky Striker, I guess, has nothing. But there's a lot of cards that are banned in TCG that are legal in the OCG, and so they're gonna have to adapt. This year, I think Sky Striker is probably going to be one of the best decks, if not the best deck at Worlds, which is really cool. I'm really looking forward to this year's World Championship format. Especially also because Toon isn't there yet, but yeah. Elf Notes could also be really good. Yeah, Elf Notes probably is good too. Yeah. We'll watch it together. We'll watch it together. Does this mean they will destroy Striker on the next list? I mean, they tend to hit the deck that wins the World Championship, I think. Relatively hard. So if Sky Striker wins the World Championship, then maybe it means it'll get hit. But yeah, we'll have to wait and see. All right, let's play some Yu-Gi-Oh ourselves now, shall we? And I thought it would be a fun idea today to revisit the all hand trap deck. I've already started working on the list a little bit, but there's a couple of new hand traps on the block, and so people have asked for me to bring this deck back. First things first, I don't think this deck is going to be very good, okay? I don't expect to have a crazy win rate today. I expect to have some fun, hopefully. But I've added Harmonia to the deck, which is, of course, the newest hand trap on the block. But I also added Hekahan's Godos, which I think is going to make for some very fun situations. I don't even know if it's good in the format right now, but I think it's fun. The deck has evolved from its first... I still remember when we tried to do this for the very first time, where we had a lot of those negation hand traps in there. The deck has basically evolved into something where we don't even negate that many cards anymore. We have, like, Veiler, Ash, and Bell. Besides that, we just let it happen. I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing for the deck itself, but we just let stuff happen because we kind of need the opponent to play in order to resolve our cards. So I took out the Frames because if we negate our opponent's first card, then we can't do all of our other things, right? So I took it out. I also had to take out the Izuna. Izuna has gone because we simply don't have extra deck space for it. We needed more synchros for Harmonia, and I'm not saying goodbye to the Hopier Squadron. I love the Hopier Squadron. I'm not going to take that one out. So I think we just can't play Izuna right now. I don't think we have enough cuttable extra deck cards for Izuna. I mean, this is probably cuttable, but, you know, I'm not playing Izuna with one XYZ. This is just in case the Goddess survives a turn. Now, another card that I was thinking about playing that suits this deck relatively well is Dogmatica Fleur-de-Lis the Thunderbolt, right? During the main phase, if a monster special from the extra deck's on the field, quick effect, special this card from your hand. If this card special some from the hand, set a Dogmatica trap from your deck. It can be activated this turn while your opponent controls Fusion, Synchro, XYZ, or Link. This is technically a hand trap, and it puts up a body onto the field. I just don't know, like, what am I sending from my extra deck with punishment? And how do I'd have to cut Sekka's Light. We could theoretically cut the Sekka's Light and add this. And maybe even play Fallen and the Virtuous as well. I'm not sure how I would... I mean, I can make some room in the extra deck for like an Albion and an Ecclesia, I guess. And it does make Baron the Fleur with Hopier Squadron, yes. It does make Baron the Fleur with Hopier Squadron, which would be awesome. So maybe we go for it. Maybe we experiment even more. Dogmatica Punishment. Now, do we play one punishment or do we play two in case we draw it? We just play one. And then do we play Fallen and the Virtuous as well? With an Albion? Probably. Do I cut the Phantasme? I cut the Phantasme. Um. Yeah, we can also play... Ah, this is fun. We can play this with Lulu Valilith. Or the Harmonia. That is awesome. We probably have to say goodbye to Ptolemy and Zeus. As much as it pains me to do. One card has to go. It's probably Jowza. We probably cut the Jowza. I liked it. I thought it was... this sounded so fun, though. It's okay. We'll cut the Jowza. The Shenshen... I have the Shenshen here because the Godos is level 7. So I have something to summon with Godos plus the Hop Ear Squadron. Okay. This is gaming. We do have the blind second with this. Tactical coin toss loss. Not super happy about these two. Okay, Fenrir was the one thing where shotgunning the Maxi would have been good. But okay. Does one Ash this or does one Max see this? I am a little scared of more Kashtira combos. I think I Ash this. Okay, we've run into a weird individual. Special Regenesis from your deck. Okay, now we get to Max. Oh! Wait, this is not good against Fenrir. This is not good against Fenrir at all. Aren't we the weird individuals? Yeah, kind of. We just got 2 draws for a Regenesis Warrior. I'm so happy we put in Fallen into Virtual. I am so happy we put Fallen into Virtuous. Holy, what in the cringe? What's the best way to go about this? I mean, we probably just win here. Up. Let's normal summon Ecclesia. Add Fleur-de-Lis. I hope they use it. Nice. I think I will just Harmonia. Oh, wait, not. Not this one. I mean, I don't know. So this says if this card's in the grave, banish it, target a Genesis monster in your grave, special summon it. So I'll just send this to get rid of that. Like this. They will draw 2 cards, which is a little scary. I will say that is a little bit scary. Get that Vanjie's ruler out of there real quick. Punch you for 5. They have Unicorn in hand, yeah. I should be fine. I should be fine. All right, it's game 1, and I'm already happy we put in the the Fallen and the Virtuous. Let's just get another Harmonia. Now the Goros actually becomes a good card because I can summon it and steal their Fenrir. He will. It's a huge missed opportunity that this cannot set this cannot set a card from the graveyard. All right, unaffected Baron time. And a level 5 or higher zombie. Eldritch cards? Do I care? Tartarus? They might play Tartarus, actually. Yeah, I'll stop it. I mean, Tartarus would have been fine because this is unaffected. But okay. Take that, Vanity's Ruler, Andy. Actually, we can take a look at the deck. We're still in regular ranked, not in Master 1 yet. Hell yeah, rank up game. I have more questions now than I had before. That did not answer any of my questions. Okay, I had fun, at least. Oh no, we lost a coin flip. Don't make me start. Hello? Mm-hmm. Now the reason, believe it or not, the reason to play the Ecclesia was not to draw it every time. The reason was to summon it with Luluva Lilith, but okay. Okay. Good and bad news. Good and bad news. Good news, I think Retaliating Sea and Bestials are good against this deck. Bad news, I don't know exactly how these cards work, so I don't know the best choke points, but I think Retaliating Sea is really good here. This is, I think, a good Magna, because then they can't search. Oh man! I'll chain to give you no draw here. They brought back instant fusion, I forgot. I'm not sure if I'm supposed to. Okay, I will. Oh, they have Impulse too? Super Poly can out this? I mean, I don't care though, because I will search Maxi if they do. I'm still pissed by the Ash on the Perulia. Would have been so good. Did you forget to put Fuwa in the deck? I just found that Fuwa in previous iterations of the deck wasn't as good. But maybe now that we don't have as much negation anymore, Fuwa could be a thing. Yeah, we could add Fuwa. I'm just scared. I'm just scared that people will stop under Fuwa. I kind of want people to play, because if they don't play, my deck doesn't work. Search Super Poly, huh? I don't know if this is looking good for us or not. Okay. We did not out the retaliating. Oh, you would have been cool earlier. I do think this is impulse. Are you playing Artemis? No, I'm not playing Artemis. also not playing Anima in case I run into Drago Stapelia. I have like the only level 1 monster in my deck's Effect Veiler, so no, I'm not playing Anima. Could be a second Super Poly, I guess. But this is no longer dark, so they would have to Super Poly themselves. I don't think that's the worst thing. Also, this does not turn off the Macrocosmos, because this only stops activated effects. Yeah, Ecclesia being banished is a little annoying, but it's fine. Do we have other Magna targets? What, in graveyard right now? No. In the deck to search? Yes, absolutely. It is another Super Poly, wait. Okay. You just remake the guy? A second Drago Stapelia. Okay. Sure. They play two. I think two Drago Stapelia is not that uncommon. I don't know if it's standard, but I think I've seen lists with two before. Now, our objective is to not get beaten to death by this one Drago Stapelia, because currently the Magnamood is not live, and the deck is mostly reactive cards. So, yeah, we just need to find like one Fallen and the Virtuous or something, and then we're fine. Okay. That technically does it, because we can Veiler the Drago Stapelia and then banish the Veiler for Magnamood. But that is still... I mean, it gets us a dragon, which is what? Druisworm, I guess. Druisworm can do it. Harmonia. Harmonia is also reactive, though. I thought Druis was gone. Oh, am I on one Druis? I am on one Druis. Yeah, the Druis is banished. You're right. Oh, they have Preda Primitive. Okay. This still does not beat the Dragostapelia. Is the problem. But it does deck thin a little bit. We can draw Hoppier Squadron. We can draw Fallen at the Virtuous, Dogmatica Punishment. Not a sec. Dude, I'm gonna lose to this one Dragostapelia, am I not? Oh, God. Why would you do that? Brother, why would you do that? Maybe Impulse? But even then, you're not even destroying it. It's just a waste of an Impulse. Yeah. This is so weird. The thing is, they're doing exactly what they need to do, which is just don't do anything and you will win. I didn't know that was a thing. I didn't know that existed. Maybe I would have max seed then. I'm just dead, right? The thing is, like, Godos would have been fine if I just opened it. But I drew into 3 in a row. That was pretty bad. Why do we play 2 Baldrake, 1 Druid? Well, because Baldrake is technically easier to make an interruption on turn 0 with cards like Hekahand's God. Oh, man. Bro, you're going first. Nice Fuba. But the thing is, if you don't play the game, I don't play the game. So, you know, you need to do something, my friend. This is the one deck where my opponents are not allowed to brick. If they brick, then I brick too. The Eldam. Radiant Typhoon, huh? Radiant Typhoon is not a good matchup for me. Oh, that is not a good matchup for me. I think I have to Veiler that. I think I have to Veiler that. I love that when that happens. That is so awesome when that happens. Okay. I can live with that. I'll probably just normal summon the Retaliating Sea, because even if it's doesn't matter if it's Radiant Typhoon or Malice, I think I'm unlikely to be able to resolve it, so I'll just use it as my normal summon. And link it off to get Maxi. I'll just make SP. Sadly can't banish with it, but it's fine. Did the Called By not work since the Veiler was already in banishment? Yes, Called By the Grave has to banish the card in order to negate it. So if you can banish the card yourself beforehand or remove it from the graveyard in other ways, then you're fine. Okay, it's gonna... if I summoned this one last turn, I would have had a game now. What made you think I was special summoning? What about my deck made you think that I was gonna summon a monster this turn? I mean, I was until you did that, but now I just won't. I can't really bell this, because if I bell it, they just do it again on my turn. I think I just do this. This is Malice. Yeah, this is Malice. Summoning this so that when I punishment this Druid Worm, I have 2 monsters. And I can SP banish itself to save it. Alright, they were called Cook, but I don't think they cooked. No, they did not cook. Absolutely not. Okay, I hear your concerns about the Hekahan's Godos, but I want to at least use it once to see, like, it's just a fun card, man. I want to use it. Let me try and use it. I'll remove them at some point, or maybe 1 or 2 copies. But I want to get it out there. Not the fire attacker, man. I haven't drawn Impulse a single time. One. Come on, Godos, this is your moment. Come on, dude. This is so sad. Discard a monster that I can steal. Not that one. What I'm doing here is a little risky. Into them drawing Ash with Vision, but I think I need to guarantee some draws because they might just stop otherwise. Now I wish I had targets for Swing for stealing it with Godos. If I can somehow manage to steal the Phonics with this, that would be good. But I doubt they will put it into the graveyard. I can put it into the graveyard for them, though. Hey! Okay, this might be the greatest Godos moment of all time, or it could just not work. But I'm hoping it's gonna be glorious. Give me that. Give me that. Hell yeah, it worked. Okay, play your quick play spells now. Dude, play a quick play spell. No, not the Perulia. Dude, what is my hand? My hand is only dead cards. What do you mean? They're... I'm still gonna lose. Yeah, they're gonna put the thing in the spell trap zone now. But at least they have to put their own card as well. You know, this Godos was not bad. This Godos at least... This Godos was annoying for them, for sure. This Godos was definitely annoying. And if my hand was an absolute dog water, this game would actually be playable. But we have Perulia, Fire Attacker, and Punishment, and a second Harmonia. That is like the worst possible cards to draw, pretty much. Bro, who plays 2 Megalas? What if we replace the Goddess with some canines? Doesn't really work. Oh! Ah, that's not great. It's just Shen Shen. That was also that like a little bit sooner. That would have actually been good. Oh, I'll do it. Shen Shen is good against this deck, yeah. But they're gonna get rid of my Luluva Lilith, which is the main thing that they're trying to do right now, which is really good. I really wanted that. Do we not have other Synchro 9s? The Synchro 9s all kind of suck. So no, I don't have any other. Like, I thought about doing the Croc, but that's also pretty bad. They are going in for whatever reason. The MST is banished, which is good. Bring back Phonics. I draw another card for that. It's probably going to be the second Perulia, and this is going to give me the third Perulia or some shit. Or Rescue Ace Impulse. That's also kind of useless. It could be worse, though. Yeah, dude. I literally, next turn, I have 0 playable cards right now. Insane. Hell yeah, my Perulia is live now. It's glorious. I love Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel. Problem is, if I set punishment, if I set the punishment, they just go MST it. If I make Typhon, if I make the Typhon, I can't nib. If they play into it, I set this, they space it, at least they can't activate this. I'm so mad, my hand is so bad. Like, if I had like a Fallen into Virtuous or something, it would actually be okay. But these cards are so bad. Try to bait the MST with Typhon? Bro, I'm under Featherstorm. What do you mean? I have Silvera, but it's not great. Featherstorm is stupid. It is stupid, but funnily enough, against my deck, it wasn't even the greatest card to have here. Oh, I opened Max C. I can't even search with the retaliating C. Right, I forgot about that. This is just a waste of a card then. Yeah, they can just flip this up. This doesn't make sense. I thought I was gonna get a Max C, but I opened it. What the hell is happening? Okay. This is actual Genesis gameplay. Why would you keep activating it? You know I'm playing... Okay. How are we winning? How did we win? How? Oh my god. That's the fascinating thing about this deck. It puts people into such awkward positions that like they just find a way to lose it. I mean, yes, if people play optimally, this deck is not that great. It should be losing most of these games, but that's the fun of it, I think. Godos MVP, by the way. Godos forced the opponent to play very weird into Max C, so Godos was the best card ever. Oh no, we lost the coin flip! Okay, this hand could be really good if this is good against their deck. Fleur-de-lis plus Hoppier is also pretty nice. That's the one way we beat Cool Tune, but that's the one way we can beat Cool Tune is if they open this into retaliating with. Otherwise, this matchup is very bad for us. This matchup is very bad unless this happens. Probably not great to have a bad matchup into the best deck. I mean, yeah, I'm not playing this because I'm trying to discover the next best meta deck or something. I'm just playing this because I find it fun. I think it's enjoyable. And yeah, the matchup into Cool Tune is not great. So be it. It's okay. Play Tenpai? No, you misunderstood. I said I was trying to have fun. I was trying to have fun. I don't think I'll get a better bell. I don't know. Honestly, I feel like cards the bell hasn't really seemed that great. I feel like negating stuff is kind of against what the deck is trying to do. Rotary. Taylor. Sure. I'm trying to think if I should go Hoppier Squadron into Silvera now. Because... okay, they have Valor and 2 unknowns in hand. What are the odds they can keep playing after I book both of these? Probably 0. They would need... what would they need? Synchro Overtake. But then I do have Maxi. If they have second KTS. Second KTS. Which is at 3 second. I mean, the thing is, like, I don't really have to do anything here, though. I think I can let this happen. I can let the also if the one of Rotary gets banished, I think that's good for me in the long run too. They'll add with Trackmaker. I mean, yeah, let them make Trackmaker. If they make Trackmaker, my Thunderbolt is live immediately. Okay, one of Rotary is banished now, which is cool. Could make Baron. Yeah. It depends what they search. If I want to do that. Search another Cool Tune Synchro. Sure. Set 1. Valor in hand. Thunderbolt. Draw this. Okay. That's scary. I mean, they can pop the C if they want to. They can pop the C. But then I do get to search Maxi. I think it's fine. They sent Malong to the banishment. They pop this. ATS is face down. ATS is face down. Oh, this is now complicated. Veiler in hand. I need to make my cards live, is the thing. I need to make my cards live too, because both of these are not live while my retaliating is on here. And because I'm booking these, the KTS is not that scary. Normal summon max C makes Stardust, but that gets Veilered. Hard to make Lulu Lilith. Can Druis Worm is a set monster still treated as a special summoned monster? Can Druis Worm send a face down monster? Yes. It does need a level 4 tuner, but yeah, I can't make Lulu, but I can make SP with those two. Okay. They have Veiler in hand. I don't care if they Veiler SP here. The other card in hand is unknown. The set is Cool Tune Synchro. It's gonna be a little messy from here on, but we can win this, I think. Especially because the one of Rotary is banished. I think that is the biggest thing right now. One of Rotary is banished, and this is the second Cool Tune Synchro already. Why not banish the maker? Because I don't want them to be able to keep the Cool Tune Synchro to check some of my cards. Okay, Maxi resolves, that's big. That is very, very big. Then I'll wait. See what they do. Jesse is asking if you saw his message. Yeah. Yeah, I did see it. I was waiting for him to tell me when we are going to do it. The subathon collab. But I guess I should have answered that. We'll report back to him. I mean, I was just gonna answer him later, yeah. But you can tell him to, yeah. This feels like a SP angle on itself, and this. Okay, Veiler in hand, 2 unknowns. But I also don't think I want to allow them to make a RS. So I am going to activate F and V. Okay. So Veiler, Rico, 2 unknowns. Okay, the unfortunate news is we don't get any more maxi draws. But at the moment, we do have the situation under control somewhat. Okay. I like that. I like that. I like that. I can normal summon it for some extra pressure. Why not? I mean, they're going to see it coming, but that's fine. Maybe they Veiler it. Maybe they Veiler it. You never know with the cool tune duelists. Should I activate it? That seems kind of weak into Harmonia. That seems kind of weird. They're not going to Veiler the effect, are they? Because I don't want to give them Harmonia here. Okay. Big chilling. Okay, so they have Rico, Effect Veiler, 3 unknowns. Normal summon Rico, activate effect. I will chain my Rescue Ace Impulse. And if they try to negate that with Ash or something, they have Harmonia. I knew it. That's not a good that's a terrible Harmonia. I'm just gonna chain my SP to it. It's good. It's kind of good to send the Wind Pegasus to the graveyard for answering one of these two. But besides that, it's pretty bad. Here's my fiery attacker. Let's go. Okay, mix Veiler to unknown. Did you just add a card to your hand? I'm drawing 2. Both of these are not great. Nib is probably never live again. But this is also just a body. But honestly, just a body might be better than Nib right now. We're hopping. I can make the Ecclesia synchro. It's very funny. Ooh, Ghost Bell. Okay. I'm annoyed by that. So Veiler mix 1 unknown. Activate Thunderbolt. I want a Nibiru. And if my math is not off, then this is game. Hello, Retaliating Sea. Battle fades! Oh, they've clipped! Oh, wait. Oh. That's not good. That's not good. Alarm! Oh, wait. That's the one thing they shouldn't have. I don't need to SP the Rico because if they make RS, they die. I have the Ecclesia engrave. I don't need to SP the Rico. I don't care about the Rico. I only care about what the clip can make. Like if do they have mix in hand? Did they add mix with Rico or did they add the clip? Did I miss that? What was the ad? I think it was mix, wasn't it? I was so yeah. They added mix. Okay, so the clip was a random draw. Actually, I might lose. I might lose. Reborn Hopier would have been nice. Reborn Hopier would have been nice. You're right. That would have been nice. It's not game anymore. I think. Actually, it is game. Hold up. SP banish these two. Yeah. Yeah. It's games. Oh no, wait, they have Veiler. Only if they Veiler, this is not game. Tailor it. Curse you, cool tune clip. Dude, after all this, I think I lose. Man. It was only Clip too. Clip was the only thing they could have there. No, Maxi's gone already. Can't crash. Okay, hear me out. SP, Banish, Thunderbolt, and Q. And hope that this connects next turn. Because they're on 1,000. Isn't it better to SP the Rico? No, the Rico is going to be in defense. It wins if they play it well, though. If they make remix here, they win. Hold. 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 Yeah. 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 End phase. Please, let me have this. I need this. Actually, I think Baldrake. Baldrake? No, it still doesn't beat remix. Yeah! Dude, let's go. Oh my god, it's so much work to beat Cool Tune with this deck. This deck is so bad against Cool Tune. Yeah! We tricked them! We tricked- Why are we on a 3-win streak? What the hell happened? Man, whenever I play this deck, some of the craziest shit ever happens. It's awesome. That's why I love it. It's not even good, but it's just fun every time. It never fails to amaze me. Oh, I love this hand. I love this hand. 60 cards! Oh no. Oh no. I'm in danger. Why did I know that was gonna happen? Why did I have a feeling? Saronir. Okay. It doesn't work. Hey, it doesn't work like this. I cannot play if you don't play. Please play the game. Do something. Hello. Ah, man. No, I don't want to summon Impulse because they might just normal summon an attack over it. Or summon the Saronir and attack over it without triggering it. Okay, my time has come. Retribution. Actually, no, my time has not come. I don't want to discard for hand size, man. Don't do that to me. Okay, now I'm summoning Impulse, I guess. I'm summoning Impulse now. I'm not happy about it, but I'll do it. Take that, Brandy. Don't fall into Virtuous, please. Thank you. This is 3,000 less damage than we could have. True. You're not wrong. What? Stop! Should I let him get Branded Fusion just so my Retaliating sees live? Or what? I feel like I should bail this. I feel like the Branded Fusion is kind of scary still. Because it's gonna resolve, and then yes, I get Retaliating C, but the monster still attacks over my Impulse and shit. Like, I don't want that. I don't want that. If they still find another way to get it, then I'll happily Retaliating C it. But if I can avoid getting Branded Fusioned on, I think I would like to. Okay, what does Thrust get here? What's Branded Fusion at? At 2. I think I ash it. Because like the thing is, what I'm worried about right now is Called by the Grave. Yeah, I know it's 60 cards, and they probably would have Called by my Ash Blossom earlier. I'm also scared of Talon's Look at Hand if they have another play. Because the Thrust was likely in hand already. I'll ash. Thrust was likely in hand already. I don't want to get Talents if they drew a play. Brother, trigger my Impulse now. What are you doing? Goldrake. Goldrake is good. Attack him! Attack! No, that's not good. I don't know why they feel inclined to do this now in main phase, but I'll take it. Albion. I'm not sure if things are going well for me or not right now. Cannot tell. What was this? 2 Sereniers from hand? Okay. Save the Federalist. Oh, that's not good for me. Now Federal, this is good. I think we send, I do think we send Omega, yeah. To get rid of the Albion. They still get Cartesia back though. This is almost game. Ah! Things are not looking good for us gamers. Titanic Clad and Cartesia and Magnamud and end phase. I was thinking about linking these two off, but I don't think I can afford to. I think I have to hope that they play into Retaliating Sea somehow. Maybe I should have even left the Albion engraved, so giving them a free branded fusion. Give me something. What was cool? A little bit. Well, not exactly what it's good for yet. But... Special Magna. If only Godos worked on your turn as well. It doesn't work on your turn. Is the problem. If I could Godos Magnamud right now, that'd be awesome. But I cannot. It's only during your opponent's main phase. So they might actually just pop it in draw phase with this. It's pretty bad, actually. If I could have done it on my turn, it would have been nice. Yeah. Poor Godos. probably Super Poly then. Oh no, Droplet. Okay, that works too. Yeah, we got cooked. We got absolutely smoked. This is the matchup where you need hella Bestials to win. I mean, this matchup, like, if played properly, this matchup should be virtually impossible. Because there's no way. How my deck does nothing. How do I outgrind Branded? I cannot outlast Branded. I also can't really be faster than Branded. Because they have such good defensive tools. But it's okay. I'm happy if we can get a couple of wins with this deck, because it is really, really hard to win with this deck. Because basically every meta deck should destroy this deck if played properly. So I'm happy if we can get a couple wins out of people not playing properly. Second Retribution, of course. Now I wish I had a second punishment. Yeah, this card is very, very awkward. The fact that it forces you to play a trap card makes it so that it sometimes feels so good and sometimes it just feels so bad. There's Quem. Golden Sword. So yeah, dude, it's not happening. What about the other Dogmatica trap? I don't know. I feel like I don't think there's a better one than Punishment. Okay, I'm not. They're taking too long for my liking. I have no way to win this. Maybe I should have, on the previous turn, maybe I should have normal summoned the Retaliating Sea, made SP, just to get Maxi and hope they misplay into the Maxi. That maybe that had a higher chance of winning. Show the deck. We'll do one more, and then I'll talk about the list, and we can maybe make some changes. Or talk about what changes I would make. Wasn't there a Harmonia lock? Well, I couldn't use the SP, but that doesn't matter. It's just about linking off the thing. Harmonia doesn't lock you out of summoning the monsters. You can still summon them. You just can't use them. Come on, this is the hand, if anything. 60 cards again! One for one. This card. Oh, memento. Maxi. Yeah, this deck is good. This deck is the deck. Nice memento deck. Okay, that one doesn't count. That one doesn't count. We do another one. You can go first, my friend. Okay, I don't like this hand as much. I feel like maybe the Nibiru is bad. Okay, Purulia resolved. Let's go. Thank you. Ooh, is that Lunalight? Please don't be Lunalight. Zodiac. That's also not. Ah, dude, I need other cards. I'm not happy. Nib is actually decent against this, though, I think, right? They cannot get to... Do they get to... They don't get to Utopic Future before Nib, no? I don't think so. No, they don't. Yeah, I'll just nib as soon as Broad Bull hits the field, or they overlay these two. Now! Zugriff! Zero. End phase. Nice. Just when I said I didn't like Nib. I don't really have anything else, though. I'm just chilling. Ice Ryziel! Eh? I have 2 ashes, so I'll use one here. And then I pray they don't have an extender. Because my hand traps will trade very poorly into extenders. But, okay. I just figured most extenders I can Veiler. I didn't take into account that they could top deck Pot of Avarice. I guess that's on me. I guess that's on me. I guess I should have played around Pot of freaking Avarice. It was always correct to Veiler the Ice? No, obviously not. They couldn't play on first turn after they normal summoned. So it's fair to assume that all the plays in their hand are normal summons, in which case it's better to Ash the Ice, because I have 2 Veilers, 2 Ash. Veiler is not once per turn, Ash is. So unless they specifically draw something like Pot of Avarice, or they didn't want to give a million draws into Purulia, I mean, sure. Why are we not crashing? Ah, you are just in time as always. Oh man. What is the limitations on Ryziel cards in Master Duel? They do have multiple ice. If I Valor the ice, they probably Detonator pop it. So I kind of have to Ash it. Okay, hold up. How does this sequence go well for me? I chain Impulse. I chain Valor on it. They self-pop. They special summon. I let it happen. I draw 2. I get like something out of there. Remember to play around Pot of Avarice? I feel like it's too late at this point to play around Pot of Avarice. It's already happened. I need them to self-pop this. Fuck me, I guess. My deck versus 1 Detonator. Yeah, I really needed to Valor that ice and not Ash it, I guess. But I didn't expect Pot of Avarice. Not the worst card, actually. Really not the worst card. I do have Psychic and Punisher. And we have the problem is we have the same amount of life points right now. Now what? Attack the detonator to force the last material off of it, and then I can activate punishment? And now, do I activate punishment immediately to get a Fallen and the Virtuous in end phase? Probably. Luluva Lilith. Luluva Lilith, special Ecclesia. Ecclesia, add Fallen, activate Fallen, pop. Set another one with Albion. Clears the whole board. Ash screws you. I mean, it always does. You don't have it, though. What do they have? I'm so confused. Should I revive Detonator? Should I revive Detonator with Fallen at the Virtuous? Attach my Luluva Lilith to it? Easy, dude! Easy! Okay, to be fair, that Dogmatica Thunderbolt was kind of an insane top deck. I didn't even realize how good of a top deck that was going to be. I didn't even realize I had an out like that. That was crazy. With the Punisher as well. That was awesome. Okay, yeah, rank up. Let's go. Easy clap. Easy as that. We beat the Avarice. Okay. So I had fun. I had fun bringing this deck back. It was fun. And the new cards, let's say it like this. This card felt phenomenal, obviously. This card is perfect for this deck, right? It's a high quality hand trap, removal, puts a big body onto the board that's even a tuner and gets you some graveyard stuff, which sometimes you can use it for more removal, sometimes you use it for accessing some of your engine with Luluva Lilith. I mean, engine. My engine is literally one card, which is Dogmatica Ecclesia. But you know what I mean, right? So this card really good. This card really funny. He's the funny one in the group. Not very good. Was not very good. I imagined it to be a little bit better, but unfortunately against the matchups right now, it just doesn't really seem like a good card. So probably not going to stay in the deck. In general, I've been enjoying this deck a lot since we started removing more and more of the negation hand traps out of it, like the Cyframes. And we just play this whole mini game of the more you do, the more my cards get enabled, right? Like if you put Lights and Darks in the grave, here come my Bestials. If you activate a spell that's special, here comes my Retaliating Sea. If you search, here comes my Impulse into Fire Attacker. It's very funny. It's very funny to me, but it's also very dependent on how good, for example, Bestials are against your opponent's deck or Retaliating Sea. This card is really cool if you don't draw multiples of it, and if you don't draw the trap card for it, which is the big downside. Drawing the trap is really bad. I could see turning this deck into a Bestial deck again with Branded Regained and Bestial Lubellion. I think that could be an interesting way to take the deck. K9, like Izuna is kind of like a perfect card for this deck as well. The problem is just the extra deck is too tight. We can like Izuna is just much better if you have Zeus and you have a couple of options for rank 5s and stuff like that. And I just didn't really have that room now that we have to play more synchros because of Harmonia. We need to play like Malong, Wind Pegasus. I guess you could cut maybe one of these two or something, but it's hard to fit all of them together with XYZs. And then you want synchros for Hop Ear Squadron. You want this and this for Fallen and the Virtuous. You have to decide. Like, you can cut Fallen and the Virtuous and Ecclesia, and then also cut the Luluva Lilith, and then you can play Izuna, probably. But you can't play all of it together in one deck. So I wanted to try these cards first. So yeah. Anyways, that was very fun. I enjoyed that. And we did manage to beat a Cool Tune player at least, even though, you know, they should have won if they played properly, but that's kind of like the thing with this deck, right? Now that we make cards resolve more often, we could consider playing Fuba again, because one of the reasons why I originally didn't play Fuba Loss in the deck is because if you stop your opponent with hand traps, or your opponent stops playing because of the Fuba Loss, then it's bad for you. So maybe you can play the Fuba again now that we play less negation hand traps. And honestly, the Bell didn't feel great either, so we can cut like the Bells, maybe a Veiler or something, and play the Fubas again. Godos can probably go. We can make it more Bestial heavy. You could also at any point go back to the Sekka's Light version that I used to play sometimes, where you have to cut Fallen into Virtuous and Punishment. That you play Sekka's Light. Nice little draw too. Always feels good. So yeah. Also, if you cut the Heckerhands Goddess, you can cut the Shen, which is a nice bonus. Okay. All right. And that, gamers, is going to be it for today. I hope you enjoyed the stream. I'm going to be back tomorrow. We are now completely back to the regular schedule, so you're going to get streams Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Not entirely sure what we're going to do tomorrow yet. Still have to do the streaming plan for the week, but I'll see you all tomorrow. I hope you enjoyed the stream. I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your day. Thank you all so much for watching. Thank you to everyone who subscribed or followed or supported in any other way. I appreciate you all. I am going to send you guys all over to, I think Jesse is still on his subathon, which we are going to be collabing tomorrow if his subathon holds until tomorrow. Then we're going to do some retro formats with Jesse tomorrow. So yeah, I hope you guys have fun over in Jesse's stream. Once again, thank you for watching today, and I will see you all tomorrow. Bye-bye, everybody. Peace.